My grandmother had a lot of kids, and I was the son of her oldest daughter. She actually had a couple of sons who were only a few years older than I was. Even though we lived in a different state, whenever we visited the grandparents, it was more like I had my brothers with me, rather than them being my uncles. I always wanted to do everything with them, and as the adults really didn't want to bother with us too much, they didn't really have a problem with that. There were some things that my uncles Jeb and Carl did that I didn't really like. I mean, they chewed tobacco or snuff ever since I could remember. I think I tried it once and ended up throwing up right away. To this day, I still don't really understand why people enjoy doing that. When I was 14 years old and visiting them, they had some beer on them. For the record, they were 17 and 15 at the time. It wasn't something I turned down. I didn't really like the taste of it right away. However, I did want to get drunk with my uncles, so I was able to easily overlook that. My grandpa knew that they drank beer and he didn't really care. However, if my mom had ever found out that I was drinking, especially at 14 years old, there would have been a lot of hell to pay for quite a few people. Because of this, we decided to do it out of the house, and that meant jumping into Jeb's pickup truck and driving out through the hills. This was in the 1970s, which doesn't exactly excuse driving drunk, but in areas like this, young guys drinking beers and driving around their trucks in the country was not an unusual thing at all. The first time I tried that was at 14, and it happened during the fall. I hadn't actually expected the chance to go drinking, but I was really excited when they mentioned it. Jeb and Carl told my parents they were going to take me over to a friend's house and be back later. No one really even thought about it, and it wasn't really a lie either, because they were going to go and pick up another guy friend of theirs too. By the time that my uncles picked up their friend Robbie and his little brother who was my age, his little brother who was around my age decided to tag along as well. That was fine because the little brother and I could ride in the bed of the truck. They had one of those windows on the back of the cab that slid open, so we could chat if we really needed to, and we could hand them beer since the cooler was in the back with us. This was in an Appalachian area, so there were a lot of hills and country to drive through. It was really crisp and cool outside, and the leaves were also falling pretty hard. It was already dark outside as we were driving around, but we didn't spend the entire time driving around the roads. Occasionally, we would stop somewhere random, pull off to the side, pull up to the side of a hill and look over to the other side, playing music, just drinking and talking. I always remember this night for many reasons. I mean, it's obvious that most people remember the first time they ever get drunk, and I was experiencing that this very night, but I remember it for a completely different reason too. I had been out on rides with my uncles before on non-drinking days, so I knew what to expect. It was driving on twisting, dark, graveled roads that were only wide enough for one vehicle to drive down. You had to be careful in the back of the truck, because occasionally a small branch from a tree might stretch over and slap you in the face. It didn't really matter much that the roads were so thin though, because you very rarely, if ever, came across another vehicle on those roads. At one point, we found a nice area to pull over in. There was like a little bit of a grassy area off to the side that looked like the perfect place to stop. We pulled over there and my uncle shut the truck off. For a while, the five of us just sat there drinking, hanging out, and having a really good time. Even though it was my first time drinking, I was really going slow as to not get sloshed out of my mind, so I was able to somewhat keep my wits about me. We were sitting there in the dark when Robbie began mentioning seeing some weird lights off in the woods. His brother and I didn't really notice them at first, or even really try to look. But eventually he made us look out there and keep looking. And we too came to see these moving lights out in the woods. My uncles and Robbie all wanted to go out and check what these were. Me and the brother, however, didn't want to. We let them go by themselves while we remained in the truck drinking and talking. We didn't think too much about them going off and checking out those lights. At most, it would be some hunters out late at night or something like that. It wasn't too much to be worried about. I don't know how long it was, but after a while, the three of them came running frantically back to the truck. The brother and I didn't really think anything was wrong at first, until they started climbing in. Looking inside, we noticed that one of them was injured, bleeding profusely and holding something up against the wound. What the hell happened? There were these two really freaky-looking guys out there, Carl began telling us. They looked like they were out hunting or something, so we were wondering what they were doing, but when we got closer, one of them took out a knife and just stabbed Robbie out of nowhere. I can't say I really believed them at first. I almost thought my uncles were playing some sort of prank on us. It was the sort of thing they would have done. The pure fact they didn't start the truck right away and let Carl explain what was going on made me believe that even more. I thought if they really were as scared as they were saying they were, the very first thing we should do is get out of there right away. I do remember them starting the truck up pretty fast though and trying to turn around so we could head back down the direction we had come from. It took a few moments to get ourselves turned around before pulling out. Still thinking it may have been some sort of prank, I looked back toward the trees. Although all I had to see with were the red lights on the back of the truck, I was able to make out something that sticks in my memory to this day. Two of the strangest looking men I've ever seen came skulking out of the woods, making their way towards us. It was really weird. They weren't moving very fast. In fact, they were moving almost like they had some sort of problems walking or something like that. They looked just like something out of The Hills Have Eyes or Mad Max. It was utterly terrifying to see in the dark. I yelled at them to get the hell out of there as quickly as they could. There wasn't a whole lot of space between them and the tailgate of the truck before we got turned around and began to drive. They were honestly close enough. I thought they were just going to grab on and jump into the bed. Robbie's brother and I were terrified and screaming, telling them to get the fuck out of there. We got out of there right there and then, and it was a terrifying ride from then on. It was completely dark and we were drunk and scared. We didn't know what was going on. The two of us definitely didn't want to be in the bed of the truck for the ride back, but there wasn't anything we could do about that now. We just had to put up with being exposed for the ride back. Rather than go to a hospital or anything, they drove right to Robbie's house. They didn't want to drive into town drunk and figured it would be best if Robbie's parents drove him out themselves. Once it was just my uncles and I again, we didn't drive back right away. They decided they needed to have a few beers again to calm down. Of course, at that point, I jumped back in the cab with them. There was no way I was going to stay in the bed. It was hard to calm down after what happened. My uncles insisted there were some weird-ass people out in the hills, but they seemed like something out of a horror movie. Robbie turned out okay in the end, except for having an ugly scar that was as bad as the emotional ones we got that night. Often during the hot summers of the mid and late 80s, I would spend some time at my cousin's house. We both lived in rural areas, but staying with his family was considerably better than staying with mine. My cousin Clay and I had a lot of things in common and would do a lot of fun things together in the summer. We would watch scary movies on VHS, play one-on-one baseball, and go out hiking in the woods. Hell, my aunt even had a really old typewriter, and the two of us would crowd around it and write really bad, scary stories together. My uncle and aunt both worked evening jobs, so they wouldn't be there at night. My uncle was a park ranger, and my aunt was the manager of a grocery store. We had supervision during the day if we were at home. We usually weren't, except at mealtimes though. At night, we stayed in and watched videos or did things like that. We rarely, if ever, would go out and do anything at nighttime. The area we lived in was very safe though, so if we did, we never really had anything to worry about. I wouldn't say though that the area they lived in was an area where everyone knew each other or anything like that. In town, it would be a much different story. Whenever we went down to town, whether it was to go to the store or go to the swimming pool, everyone knew each other. But outside at the house, it was completely different. This Saturday night, we were going to be home by ourselves for quite a long time, longer than usual even. We had a fun ride in the back of my uncle's pickup truck into town to rent some movies and get some candy and soda to prepare. It was nearly an hour ride from the town to the house in the country, and we always enjoyed being in the bed of the truck. It was still light outside when both of Clay's parents went to work, so the two of us decided to go for a quick walk down the road. I don't really remember too much about the walk itself. When we got home though, we decided to have some snacks and get started with our movie binging. Being summer, it was still light outside for quite a while. We were sitting in the living room together watching a movie when we both noticed something. A truck seemed to be coming down the road. It stopped and turned into our driveway. Clay didn't recognize this truck at all, and it didn't pull all the way up to the house either. He got up and let me know he was going to go outside and see who this was. Clay walked out the front door and onto the porch. As soon as he opened the door though, I watched the truck shoot off in reverse and begin pulling out of the driveway. It pulled back and shot down the road, heading the same direction it had come from. Clay went back inside, and we both decided it was simply someone using the driveway to turn around. We kept watching the movie and didn't pay much more mind to that incident. The night went on and the sun eventually went down. Clay and I kept watching movies, and since we were relatively young, we were getting really scared from watching them. Of course, boys our age would never admit to such a thing though. A bit later, we both began to hear some noises outside. We also saw some light shining in through the front windows of the house. We got up together and went to look outside, looking out the window. It was dark enough outside that we could notice the light shining right into the house, but we couldn't make out what the vehicle was. We did notice it seemed to have stopped in the exact place the truck from earlier had. We began talking to each other about whether or not it might be the same person. We expected the truck to pull out and turn around, much like the one from earlier did, but that didn't happen right away. In fact, nothing seemed to happen. The truck remained in place, with the light shining in through the windows. Clay was about to go out on the porch to see what was going on, but for some reason I felt the need to stop him. Something was making me feel really uneasy about all of this. I didn't know what was going on exactly, but something felt wrong to me. This was an area where people never locked their doors, whether it was during the day or even while they were sleeping, so he didn't seem to think anything was wrong. The very fact that truck was just sitting there though was really bugging me. I knew something was wrong. I went over to the door and locked it. He asked me what I thought was going on. I didn't know, and I told him that truthfully. I just got the feeling something was off here. We stood there for a while looking out the windows, wondering what was going to happen. Since Clay's parents were both gone, there weren't any vehicles in the driveway. It was obvious to anyone outside though that someone was in the home because of the lights inside. Still, the vehicle didn't do anything. It just continued to idle there. Out of nowhere though, we heard a gunshot ring out in the night. It was definitely coming from the area around the truck. The two of us got scared, but we didn't drop to the floor like we probably should have. Instead, we ran to his parents' room and grabbed some of his dad's rifles. We heard another shot after that. Clay was feeling a lot of bravado and wanted to run outside with rifle in hand. I convinced him not to though. As we continued hiding and discussing, we noticed something that we hadn't expected. The vehicle began shooting out of the driveway once again and drove off in a real hurry. Confused, we came out of the room. Nothing was broken, not a window or anything by a bullet. We couldn't figure out what they were shooting at or what just happened. Why had a guy put 2 shots out, which obviously did nothing, then just drove away? We checked outside and noticed something on the porch. Someone had dropped what looked to be animal entrails all over the place. We didn't know what to make of this, but we knew for sure nothing like that had been there before. That guy must have put them there, but we had no idea why. We called Clay's dad, and he eventually came over to the house before his duty was over. He couldn't make any sense of this either. While he was there was a sudden phone call. It had to be about an hour after the vehicle had left. Apparently, the guy had said that next time he wouldn't miss. That was terrifying. It was just a really weird series of events. We guessed it had to be a threat against someone in particular. Clay's dad thought it was meant for him, since he was a park ranger and had arrested people for poaching and things like that, but we could never really be sure. Back when I was in college down in Florida, I used to work a part-time job at this pretty upscale motel. The motel had this really nice pool, and this one time, after a series of pretty gnarly rainstorms, I was tasked with cleaning it up. It was really nothing out of the ordinary. We actually had a specialist that came in when the pool was that bad, but my manager said the guy was up to his eyeballs in other jobs and wouldn't be able to come down for a few days at least. Since this was really costing us guests, he told me that if I got it done myself, he'd let me go early and still pay me the full day's wage. Absolutely a no-brainer, so I accepted right away. About a half hour into the job or so, this absolutely perfect 10 out of 10 knockout of a girl around my age came out to the pool in her bikini and asked how long it would be until the pool was fully swimmable. I shrugged and told her I didn't really know. It was taking a long time as it was, and I'd only scooped a quarter of the debris out of it. Then, to my luck though, she seemed content to just chill by the pool in one of those sun loungers until I finished everything up. I got where she was coming from. It was really hot outside. After a while, she started making a little small talk with me. After about a half hour of back and forth, I'd managed to pretty much clear the entire shallow end of all the plant trash. She asked if she could dip her legs into the shallows. I thought, sure, why not? As she did so, though, I noticed a bunch of small, dark things swimming out of one of the filters towards her legs. Apparently, she hadn't seen them because she was too busy turned towards me. I just straight up screamed, "Get your legs out of the pool!" She looked at me like I was crazy, as I just okayed her putting them down. When she looked down though, she let out this ear-splitting scream, then basically sprinted back to her room in tears. If you've never seen Florida water bugs, now is the time to Google them. More specifically, Google just how big they can get. Somehow I'd never seen these evil-looking things until right then. And goddamn, they're a sight not likely to be forgotten anytime soon. Worst thing is, they actually do bite people too, which is exactly how they got their nickname of toe biters. They're not exactly dangerous in the sense that they're poisonous or anything, but they're just about the last thing you want to see while you're swimming, and you definitely don't want to get that many bites on you either. I'm not great with bugs, so I got the hell out of there and told my boss that as much as I appreciated the offer of the day off, I would not be carrying on with cleaning the pool that day. His response was literally, come on, they won't kill you if they bite you." I straight up told him I'd rather he fire me than make me clean all that up, with those terrifying things swimming and flying around. Thankfully, he relented and told me to close the pool off by putting some chairs around it like a little fort, until the real pool guy could come out and completely drain and filter the thing. Apparently, they're pretty easy to kill just by using vinegar or something, but the pool guy still uses protective gloves and stuff, because get this, water bugs can even fake being dead, then pop back up alive and bite you after tricking you into thinking you're safe. That's just pure nightmare fuel to me. Florida was fun, and I'm glad I got to experience living there while I was in college, but I sure don't miss all the tropical wildlife down there. And seriously, if I never have to look at another giant water bug for the rest of my freaking life, it will be way too soon. Back when I was still getting some money together for college, one of the 2 jobs I worked was a housekeeping job for a certain motel chain. It was on that job that I saw some of the weirdest, creepiest things I've ever put eyes on, and to this day, some of them remain unexplained. I'm not suggesting that this one was supernatural though. I'm sure there's a perfectly logical and reasonable explanation for it, especially in a county with such bad drug problems as this one, but it definitely left me and my coworkers on edge for at least a few hours after. So there we are, going from room to room, knocking on doors, calling out housekeeping, that whole ordeal. Me and my coworkers were sort of leapfrogging each other, doing every 3rd room or so as we worked our way along the corridor. As we were working, I hear one of my fellow coworkers scream out, "Oh my God," in Spanish. Obviously, the other 2 of us came running to see what was wrong. I remember arriving in the room, not being able to see what she was so freaked out about. The place was basically clean apart from one broken window, which was broken at the top of it. The window started about chest height, then went all the way up to the ceiling to let all this nice natural light into the room. It was only when I looked up because of this that I actually saw what she was so freaked out about. Leading up to the broken portion of the window, all across the ceiling, were dirty footprints, super visible against the pale paint. And the 2 of us that had come running were like, how in God's name did that happen? The poor Honduran lady we used to work with though was basically convinced it was a demon or something that had run along the ceiling before diving out the window. A much more logical explanation would be 2 meth heads fighting inside had somehow managed to leave some footprints on the ceiling after throwing each other around, then broken a window before running away. There was definitely no blood or anything to suggest that some kind of crazy accident had occurred though. I guess the really creepy thing was seeing how freaked out our coworker was. She kept clutching the cross around her neck and saying these little prayers to herself. She seriously thought something evil had been in there. We had to talk her down and explain that weirder things had happened when people were cranked out of their minds. She just wasn't buying it though. She refused to clean that room for the rest of the time I worked there. I cleaned it myself on many occasions, and nothing weird ever happened while I did so. I don't really know exactly how to explain what happened though. It's kinda crazy actually. It was Halloween. My mom and dad had gone to an adult Halloween party at their friend's house and left me, a 14-year-old male, and my sister home alone to hand out candy to the neighborhood kids. We lived on a small farm surrounded by other small farms, and our Halloweens were pretty mellow. My sister was 12 and had finally gotten to the age where she thought trick-or-treating and dressing up was embarrassing. I just liked staying home and playing video games with my friends anyway, so I didn't usually go out on Halloween either. The only issue that night was my parents had forgotten to get candy altogether, so they told us to just hand out whatever fruits or pretzels we had lying around in the kitchen. That was so embarrassing for me, having to give kids something they didn't want on the one night of the year they were supposed to be getting candy. I wasn't too worried about it given that not many kids lived in our area though, so we figured we wouldn't have to answer the door much if at all. We handed out the first batch of apples to the disappointed kids, and by 11 p.m. we assumed we were already done for the night. Then though came another knock at the door. It was quite late now, and I didn't really want to answer the door again. I figured it was just some little kids though, and I didn't want to be rude and ignore them when they could all see that the lights were on inside. I got to the door and pulled it open, and was shocked to see 4 very tall guys standing there, all in masks holding their pillowcases open, seemingly expecting candy. Sorry guys, we don't have anything. We've been handing out apples to the kids all night. I got some pretzels if you want some. The tallest one tilted his head at me, almost like he was confused by what I was saying. None of them actually spoke though. I didn't really know what else to do, so I started to close the door on them. When I was about to shut it all the way though, one of the guys stuck his shoe in between the door and the door frame, preventing me from closing it. I opened the door again to ask him what his problem was, but instead he and his friends just shoved their way inside. I yelled for my sister to run and hide, before being roughly shoved to the ground. One of the intruders pulled a bat out from under his robe and said in a low, deep voice, "We didn't come for your candy." I managed to get on my hands and knees before being kicked hard in the stomach. That knocked me to the ground once again. I tried screaming, but the thing about living on a farm with more land between you and your neighbors than the average neighborhood is composed of is that no one is going to hear you when you scream for help. I kept screaming anyways, though. "It's Halloween, buddy. You really think anyone's gonna think twice about a kid screaming?" This made the rest of them laugh as the man continued taunting me. "Look, I don't know what you want, but I can give you money if you just leave." I expected a response, but instead he just laughed at my shaking voice. In a baby talk voice, one of the guys leaned in. "Oh look, the little baby's scared. Where's daddy to save you when you need him?" I felt a stinging in my side as the guy with the bat swung it directly into my ribs. I was trying to listen to the voices to figure out how old they were, and from what I could gather, they seemed to be young enough to be teenagers. There were a lot of thoughts going through my mind in that moment. I crawled to the corner of the room in pain as they spoke to each other about what rooms they would go in and what they were going to take. One of the guys took me outside, while the others looked around the house for whatever it was they wanted. I looked up and saw my sister on the roof, hiding outside her window from a man I could see had just entered her room. The guy that took me outside had me by the collar of my shirt and was leading me toward the barn. He opened the door to the pig pen and pushed me inside, threatening me with the bat. He made me roll around in the mud and filth as he forced me to oink. I was terrified, exhausted, confused, embarrassed, and felt completely humiliated at what I was being forced to do. The guy was laughing the whole time, too. He told me to get up and led me out of the barn and back into the house to show the rest of his friends what he'd done to me. They only just joined in the torment. They made me drink toilet water, eat trash from the trash can, and other things I can't even speak of as they pulled me around. The whole time, I was just hoping they wouldn't find my sister. The strange thing is, they hadn't even mentioned her once. They took me to my room and began taking turns punching me. I had no idea what I'd done to deserve this horrible beating and torture I was being put through. I blacked out many times. 10 minutes into the beating, I heard one of them finally ask where my sister was. They told me that they wanted to have some fun with her and they'd stop hurting me if I told them. That was the moment I stopped talking completely. I was not letting them near my sister. They asked me again, spitting in my face. Each time I refused to talk. There was nothing they could do to me that would get me to give her up. Eventually, they tied me to a chair in the kitchen and exited the house after thoroughly trashing the place. I must have blacked out again, because when I woke up, I was in the hospital, attached to a bunch of machines. My mom was crying when she noticed me awake and took her time to tell me exactly what happened. It turns out the girl I had just broken up with the week before asked her brother to scare me as revenge for hurting her. I guess she hadn't expected he and his friends to take it to the extent they did that night. They just got caught up in it, as disgusting as that sounds. They were all soon arrested, but only the brother was actually sentenced to jail time. He received 5 years for aggravated assault and home invasion charges. The other guys got probation as a plea deal for ratting him out. I'm still in a lot of pain, since this happened less than a year ago. I guess there's one thing I'd like to tell kids answering the door for Halloween though, when their parents aren't home. Always make sure to check outside before you open the door. I'm a cow farmer in the Midwest, It's not the best work, but it is work, and with how hard it is to find a job with decent pay these days, I've learned to really appreciate it. The job entails cleaning up after the cows, checking their hooves, milking, and helping them give birth when necessary. It's a pretty messy job when you look at it from the outside, but I've gotten pretty used to all of this. I don't even really smell the stink anymore like I did when I first started. It used to be almost unbearable, but now it doesn't really feel like anything. The farm was my father's before me, and his father's before him. The story I'm about to tell you is my dad's. He told it to me way back when I first started the job, as almost a what not to do when tending to the animals and working on the farm. He's long passed now, God rest his soul, but his story has haunted me for years. I figured I'd let other people hear it and judge for themselves. This takes place back in the 60s, when my dad was in his early 20s. He worked on the farm with his father, Bill. At the time, he really hated it. He hated that stench that would only get worse when the heat came in the summer, and picking up after the cows, that was the worst. See, the cows stayed in this huge barn. Actually, it was more like a big warehouse, where they're fed and kept throughout the night. They got to graze during the day, of course, and throughout the night the cows would defecate, and their feces dropped to the concrete floor beneath them. In the morning, when the cows would go out to graze, my dad would take a really long hose and spray the droppings to the end of the building down a shaft that led to a big tank below the barn. The tank would fill up, and once a week a guy would come by and empty it and dispose of all that waste. It was nasty work, but it had to get done nonetheless. Well, my grandfather decided it was too much work to do just with himself and my dad, so they decided to hire another farmhand. They didn't get anyone interested in the job for the first few weeks, until they met a man at a local feed store named Fred. He was in his late 20s and quite eager to work. He hadn't had a job in years and was desperate for pay, especially since his wife was pregnant with their first child. My grandfather hired him right there in that feed store, and by the next day, Fred was on the farm working harder than anyone my dad had ever seen. He was determined and super ambitious. He was constantly running around, fixing everything that needed fixing, and trying to learn everything about what it was they did. He loved the job and told everyone how he just wanted to be good at what he was being paid to do. He believed in good, honest work, and that people should earn the money they're working for. My dad admitted he loved having Fred around too, not just because he worked hard, but because he was gullible and easily manipulated. My dad had certain tasks given to him by my grandpa throughout the day, and each time he was told to do something he didn't want to, he just passed that along to good old Fred. He didn't mind much because he didn't know. And my dad didn't care if it meant less of the work he hated. Almost 4 months went by with Fred doing most of the work around the farm. My dad even started to find it a little funny. He really would do whatever he was told with no suspicion, and he was all too happy to do it too. One hot summer morning, the cows had gone out to graze, and my grandpa told my dad to spray the droppings down the shaft at the end of the barn, like he usually did. My dad passed the job along to Fred as he sat along the side to have a smoke. When Fred was done, he came outside to tell my dad he had an idea that he thought would really benefit everyone. He told my dad that if they emptied the tank below the barn themselves, they'd be able to use the feces as manure in the fields. It would fertilize the plants and make them grow bigger and faster. My dad told me at first he thought it was a stupid idea, but then he figured it would be funny to see them actually try and empty it, so he agreed. He didn't tell my grandpa though, because he knew he never would have approved. He just wanted to see how this would play out. He showed Fred where to go to release the valve and empty the tank into these big barrels, told him to be very careful and not to turn the valve too fast. Otherwise, the line would get clogged and they'd have to call someone to fix it. My dad then let Fred alone to do what he planned and decided to take a walk around the barn to check the gates and make sure everything else was in order. What my dad didn't know at the time, though, was that Fred did end up turning the valve too fast, and the line ended up getting clogged. Fred opened the tank from above and reached a pole into the sludge to try and dislodge whatever was blocking it. My dad heard screaming coming from inside the barn and rushed over to see what was wrong. He made his way down to the tank and was horrified by what he found. Fred had fallen into the huge 5,000-gallon tank that hadn't been emptied in a week and was now drowning in the thick feces, desperately reaching out for help. By the time my dad got to the top of the ladder and looked down, all he could see was Fred's hand poking out of the brown goo. He grabbed on and tried to pull him out, but he had no leverage at all to pull him out with. He managed to pull Fred up long enough for him to tell my dad he was trying to fix it himself, since he knew they'd have to pay someone for his mistake. He felt bad. My dad reassured him everything would be okay and to hold on. That's when his grip failed. This time, no part of Fred's body was able to be grabbed onto to possibly try and rescue him. My dad had no idea what to do. He ran across the farm as fast as he could to get my grandpa, who immediately called the police. By the time they made it back, Fred's hand had disappeared far under the sludge, and there was nothing they could do but wait. The police showed up with firemen. They didn't know what to do either. They ended up reaching a metal pole down into the tank with a sort of loop on the end. When they finally pulled Fred out, it was very clear he had passed away, unfortunately. My dad was horrified. He felt like it was his fault. He'd known it was a bad idea. He just thought it would be a funny prank. He could have stopped Fred if he wanted to. Fred's wife became a widow and she never remarried. She named their son after him and eventually moved out of town. My dad made it a point to work as hard as Fred did every day for the rest of his life, in honor of the person whose death he felt responsible for. My dad passed away in 2018, and the last thing he ever said to me was to never take advantage of someone else's hard work. It was March 28, 2000. My husband Robin and I had just moved to Fort Worth, Texas, from Seattle, Washington. My husband had gotten a job offer he was really excited about. In his words, he just couldn't pass it up. He was an architect, and the firm he wanted to work at was down there. I couldn't say no. He was so happy, and I was happy for him. We had 4 children, a 13-year-old boy named Josh, a 10-year-old girl named Jamie, a 7-year-old named April, and our youngest, a 3-year-old girl named Paula. Our kids were super excited too. They'd heard of cowboys on TV and kept telling all their friends they were moving onto a farm with a bunch of animals and they were going to be farmers. It was actually kind of cute. When we first got to our house on this farm, everything was very peaceful. We moved in early March and got fully settled in about 2 weeks later. Of course, we didn't have any animals on the farm yet, since we were still in the process of getting into a new routine with the kids. Their school was about a 15-minute drive away from our house, and we weren't comfortable at the time sending them on the bus alone. March 28th started out regular, just like every other Tuesday we'd spent in the house thus far. We got the kids ready for school and headed out the door. My husband went to work, and I came back with Paula. She was like a mini-me in almost every way, following me everywhere. I adored her, and I think she adored me too. On his way back from work, my husband picked up the kids from school. They got ice cream on the way home, and were pretty riled up from the sugar rush when they came inside. I had them do their homework, and as soon as they were finished, we sat down to watch some TV. It was in the evening hours of the day, though, when all the chaos really started. Sirens began to blare all around us. We lived in Seattle all our lives, so we'd never really experienced anything like this before. My husband immediately recognized the sounds as a tornado warning and told us all to go to the bathroom and close the door. Our house had no basement nor any shelter, so we had to make do with what we had. I'd never even considered tornadoes could be in our future when we'd planned to move. All 6 of us huddled into the bathroom. We laid on top of one another to try and hold each other down just in case. My husband was at the top, shielding us with his body. The entire house, including the foundation, started to shake, and our daughters started to cry and scream. Paula was grabbing onto me as tight as she could. Josh was trying to act brave, but I could see he was terrified. The sounds of windows shattering and debris flying everywhere became louder and louder as the minutes passed by. I was praying for my children's lives, for all of our lives. It couldn't be our time to die yet, I thought. All I could think about as the ground shook underneath us was how they still had so much of their lives left to live. I wanted to see them grow, graduate high school and college, fall in love and get married. I was terrified at the thought of that possibility not happening. After being in the bathroom for 10 minutes, we felt the house shake like nothing we'd felt previously. The roof was shorn off in seconds, now leaving all of us terrified. My husband held onto us with all his strength, as each gust of wind threatened to pull us up and out. God knows what would happen then. At this point, I was completely terrified, crying and holding whatever I could grab onto to keep our kids underneath us. Suddenly, I felt Paula begin slipping out of my hands. I started to scream her name to try and get my husband's attention, but when I looked over, he wasn't there. I grabbed onto Paula and managed to pull her back underneath me. Not before she hit her head pretty hard against the wall, though. She went completely silent and was no longer crying. I knew something was wrong, but I had to focus on the situation at hand and get help when the time came. I was worried about my husband, too. I hadn't even noticed he'd been pulled away by the storm. I prayed and prayed he would be okay as I pressed the full weight of my body down on my children to keep them out of harm's way. After what felt like an eternity, the storm rolled on and the wind finally slowed down and everything became silent. We all got up and I picked up Paula. She was completely limp. I noticed blood pooling down the side of her head and tears rolled down my face as I assumed the worst at this point. I was thinking I just lost my husband and one of our children. I rushed out of the bathroom and into the rubble that was once our home. My husband was lying in the front yard, obviously thrown there by the wind. I could see him gasping for air as I rushed over to him. I held his head in my hands and told him how much I loved him. The first thing he asked between the gasps was if the kids were okay. I told him Paula had gotten hurt, and I could see the worry in his eyes. Thank God we got help soon after from a disaster relief team. We had no way of calling anyone, and our cars had been tossed away by the wind. All we could do was wait until someone showed up to help us. We were all taken to the hospital, and myself, Josh, Jamie, and April had minor cuts and bruises. I'm grateful to say both my husband and Paula did survive. Unfortunately, Paula had extensive brain damage and still requires to this day around-the-clock care, which is incredibly sad for the circumstances. I'm just grateful she's still with us. My husband broke almost every bone throughout his body, but he recovered fully in about a year. We're grateful both survived. The whole incident was terrifying. We decided that moving back to Seattle was our best option. Our families were there, and my husband got another job offer later that was just as good. Our lives were forever changed that day, though, and we hope to never experience anything that terrifying ever again. This happened to me about 2 years ago when I was on a cross-country road trip with my good friend Kim. We started in the Northwest, and our final destination was in Georgia. We were trying to make this trip as quickly as possible, and since it was just the two of us, we took shifts sleeping and driving. We had just passed through Laramie, Wyoming, where I got pulled over for speeding. Not much, only about 10 miles over the speed limit. I apologized to the police officer and he kindly let us off the hook. Since our car had no cruise control and we had a long way to go ahead after leaving Laramie, we didn't stop for a long time. The highway we were on rarely cut through any towns either. It was probably 3 or 4 in the morning. The highway was completely deserted. Tall pines lined the 2-lane blacktop and jagged mountains framed the sky. Kim was sleeping heavily, her chair reclined all the way back with a blanket thrown over her. I had the radio on, but she was so exhausted she paid no attention to it. I was trying to concentrate on the road, and the quiet music on the radio was helping me stay awake. Visibility was very limited. There were no lights on this road at all. Suddenly though, red and blue lights began flashing in my rearview mirror. I hastily looked over at my speedometer, but I was diligently following the speed limit after that narrow escape from getting a ticket earlier. I pulled over, killed my engine, and rolled down my window. The cop car behind me appeared to be an unmarked vehicle, but it was hard to tell in this visibility. Kim didn't stir at all as the police officer approached my window. "Ma'am," he said in a Midwestern drawl, "you know why I pulled you over today?" "No, officer, I don't." His flashlight was pointed directly into my face. I had to avert my eyes just to not be blinded. I looked over at the badge on his chest instead of his face. "Your plates sure are from far away. Where are you headed?" The police officer in Laramie had asked me the same thing. "Georgia, family emergency." "Is that so? Well, miss, you aren't in any shape to make it to Georgia from Nebraska. No siree." I frowned. Was my car breaking down or something? Were my taillights out? My tired haze must have missed something vital. "I'm sorry, officer. What was wrong again?" "Now, miss, step out the car and I can show you right away." He gestured with his flashlight, and the beam slanted across Kim's blanket-shrouded face. She yawned and started to get up. "What's going on here?" The police officer abruptly turned around and jogged away, then got into his car. He flipped a U-turn and sped off in the opposite direction down the highway. Kim and I stared at each other for a moment before I started the car. We rolled up the windows and sped off with no regard for the speed limit this time. While everyone else was getting drunk and laid, I was stuck at my parents' suburban home studying for the CATs. My parents spent their whole lives working high-paying jobs, and as a result were able to afford a 3-story mansion. They also filled it with lavish art, decor, and furniture. Recently, my father decided to even buy a $15,000 grand piano just because it looked cool. I had moved out of state 5 years before, and so had to stay in the scarcely furnished guest room on the 3rd floor at the end of the hallway. It was 7 p.m., and the sun was beginning to set now. My parents were off attending the annual Rotary Club auction and soon headed out on their way. I returned to my books and continued studying. I had just finished reading the chapter about nucleus mitosis and glanced at the digital clock by the bedside. It was around 9 p.m. or so, and it was now pitch black outside, and everywhere else in the house pretty much. I rolled my chair over to the door and glanced down the hallway. It was too dark to see anything. Realizing I had been studying for the past 6 hours or so, I decided to call it a night and collapsed onto my bed. As I continued to lay down for a bit, I looked at the clock again and saw it was now around 10. My parents were probably home by now. Finally, I started to fall asleep. I was awoken soon after to another sound. This time, however, it was Mozart's Lacrimosa playing on the grand piano downstairs. Was my dad seriously practicing piano right now? I had to admit, though, he was playing very well. I pulled the blanket over my head and tried to fall back asleep. Something was wrong though. I realized that no one in my family really knew how to play the piano that well. My dad had just bought it to piss my mom off. The piano continued to play, and I had the sudden urge to go downstairs and see what was going on. Upon my realization though, I was frozen and the fear kept me from doing so. Instead, I reached for the home phone and dialed my dad's cell phone number. He answered pretty much right away. "Hey, Dad? What's up? Where are you guys? Are you home? We're on the ferry right now." The piano playing came to an abrupt stop as soon as he said that. I remained silent, and my heart started skipping beats. My dad called my name. My voice was shaking. Yeah, Dad? Who's that on the other line?" I heard the piano stool screech against the marble floor through the phone line. "Dad, there's someone in the house." All of a sudden, I heard some heavy sprinting up the stairs and down the hallway. I jumped off the bed and slammed the door to my room closed. I pushed my body up against it. My dad's voice was yelling over the phone, demanding me to hang up and call the police right now. I felt something heavy slam against the door from the outside and heard heavy breathing through it. After about 10 seconds, everything was silent once again. After a few more minutes, from the other side of the door, I heard the man's voice calmly saying something that sent chills down my neck. My wife was a doctor once. She never had time for me. The footsteps slowly walked away from my door, and I heard the front door open and shut. I was scared stiff and decided not to move away from my spot against the door. It felt like hours before my parents and the police showed up. The police fully searched the house and discovered the downstairs piano room door had its locks removed. They were lying outside, severely rusted. The next day, I traded in my medical books and changed my major to civil engineering. Now, I live in upstate New York near a relatively high-traffic trail that runs alongside a stream for a large proportion of it. Last week, I noticed a deer near the stream, sipping up some water, pretty common in our area, especially in the wintertime. We went for a walk yesterday evening, and I passed by where the deer had been previously. I saw something that really started messing with me. Something appeared to be leaning over the stream. When I looked closer, I saw the passed-away deer and what looked like a large pig leaning over it. It was the size of a grown man, though. Its skin looked quite loose as well. As I looked closer, I noticed the face was kind of sagging, and blood was leaking out of its nose and eyes. I've seen livestock before, so I knew immediately this was not what a pig should be looking like. In fact, their whole body was swollen, especially their back legs, splayed out. I couldn't really see correctly. I just knew that something was wrong here. This thing had virtually no hair, smooth skin. It was sitting down near the deer. By the time I got close enough to see what it really was, I noticed it was staring at me. I got this sick feeling. As I looked further down the trail, I noticed another deer carcass. That one looked like it had been very massively eaten. I realized soon after that this was a man wearing a pig's skin. He got up on his legs, and I saw his large hands. He reached into the deer in front of him and grabbed out a large chunk of meat from its side. He raised it and began to eat it raw out of his hands. This all happened in just a matter of seconds. As soon as I saw his bloody hands, I turned away and ran back as quick as I could. I was actually a little bit afraid he would try to chase me. It was the worst run of my life. I was afraid to look behind me. I was so scared I would see the pig man following me. Luckily, I made it out though. Now that I have time to think about it, I'm just trying to understand that encounter. I could almost believe my mind was playing tricks on me, but I truly don't know what to think of what happened that day. I'm a 28-year-old male living in the deep south. I'm now a functional medicated therapy attending paranoid schizophrenic. However, I wasn't always this way. This story comes from a time before I even knew something was wrong with me. It was about April of 2007 when this happened. I'd just come out of a painful divorce. She had taken all my friends away from me in the process. I was obviously trying to reach out to anyone I could, but I had severe codependency issues that I didn't know how to address. Anyway, I found myself wandering the game section of my local Walmart, as I'm still a gamer at heart. I had to see what was available. Things were going pretty alright, and I seemed to be in control of myself. Then he appeared. This poor, unsuspecting soul started talking to me about World of Warcraft, which I happened to play at the time. I perked up at this point, thinking I could make a new friend that hadn't been taken away from me. We made casual jokes and talked about the new expansion. I can't remember if it had just come out or if it was soon to come out at this point. His mother, he was probably about 18 judging by his appearance, came by and took him to another aisle. He didn't say goodbye though, he just walked off, and like that our conversation was through. Well, in my mind, we had made a connection. We had bonded. In my sick, twisted state, I thought he would really appreciate it if we hung out for a lot longer, so I followed him. I made it a point to casually stroll down the aisles he happened to visit and strike up conversations with him about random things. I can't even remember what. I could tell he was getting creeped out though by the third time I had done this. He started getting this deer in the headlights look every time he saw me. For him, it was starting to become a horror story, though in my eyes everything was perfectly natural. At some point though, his fight or flight must have kicked in, because when I appeared again, as soon as I opened my mouth to speak, he screamed to leave him alone. He dragged off his mother and ran away as quickly as he possibly could. This was a real wake-up call for me that I was being severely creepy and also kind of a stalker. I realized this could very well be the behavior that caused my divorce in the first place. I checked myself into a mental institution soon after and got the help I needed. Now I'm significantly better, and my relationships with other people have improved greatly. I have good friends and a loving fiancé. I guess this is a horror story from the other side. Not everyone is trying to be creepy. Some just need psychiatric help. On behalf of all the unknowing creepers out there, I humbly and sincerely apologize for our behavior. It doesn't make it right or good, but I hope it gives you some context into what goes on in the mind of someone psychologically unsound. I hope you all go seek the help you need. I'm a 19-year-old guy who lives in Montreal. About 2 years ago, when I was studying at college, one day I had a 4-hour break. A class of mine had gotten cancelled, so I decided to go into Montreal proper and eat at a pretty good restaurant. At the time, I lived in a town that was nearby, so I didn't know the city itself very well. I took the metro and got out to the middle of the city. As I stepped outside though, I saw this weird-looking guy hanging out by the side of the door. I thought maybe it was a homeless man asking for some money. I went in a different direction on the street. At some point though, I realized I must have taken a wrong turn and ended up going the other way. When I realized my mistake, I also noticed I was on a completely empty street. I turned around to go back the way I came, only to see behind me about 50 meters away was that same weird guy from outside the metro. We were a full 15-minute walk away from the station at this point. I quickly passed by him. After a minute, I looked around behind me again, and I could see the man had turned around as well and started following me back. I realized at this point what was going on and decided to check and see if he was going to follow me further. I took 3 or 4 random turns, and he followed me every single time. I'm 6'2" myself, but at the same time, I'm only 140 pounds. At least I had taken a self-defense class or 2, so I knew some tricks to put someone on the ground in an emergency. After I confirmed he was in fact following me, I turned a corner and hid behind a dumpster nearby. When he passed by next to it, I grabbed him by the left arm and pushed him up against the wall. I had his arm behind his back. While I did this, I could see a knife falling out of the man's hand. I kicked the knife away with my foot and took out my phone to call the police. While we were waiting for the cops to arrive, I held him in that same position. He kept on begging me to let him go and kept saying it was just a joke. When the cops arrived, they took him away and put him into the cop car. The man started crying soon after. When I think about what I did to him, grabbing his arm like that and putting him up against the wall, I realize things could have gone a completely different way had I not been so lucky. And that day was a very lucky day for me. I'm a 19-year-old male. To give some backstory, this is my mother's story. However, I was with her while this happened. I was only 3 though, so I can only remember this very slightly. Therefore, I'm going to tell you this story from my mother's point of view. To give you an idea of the layout of our house, the living room has multiple windows that look directly out into the back garden. There's a big gate on our driveway to stop anyone from getting in. Next to the living room is the kitchen, which also has more windows. It also has the back door, which will be relevant in the story later. Okay, so my mother was completing the household chores, as she did every day. I was sitting in the living room, watching television on the sofa, with my back to the living room windows. I remember seeing a figure reflecting off the picture frame hanging on the wall opposite the window. I asked my mom if my dad was back from work yet, to which he said no. I'll never forget the look of terror on her face when I told her that yes, he was, and that he was standing right outside in the garden. She rushed to look outside the window and almost had a heart attack when she saw a scruffy-looking but fairly built man outside. Being noticed didn't seem to faze the man one bit though. He flashed a psychotic smile at my mother through the glass. My mom called out and asked him what he was doing on our property. He said nothing, with the same sadistic smirk on his face. She told the man she was going to call the police, and what he said next was one of the scariest things she ever heard. He screamed at my mother through the glass that if she even moved her phone, he was going to break the glass and kidnap me. My mother was terrified. She wanted to protect me by calling the police, but she also didn't want the man to hurt me. If she did try to call them, she was sure that as soon as this man saw, he was going to keep true to his word. Needless to say, she was terrified. The man began to sprint for the back door suddenly. Luckily, it was already locked. My mom has always been a paranoid person, so she always locks the doors. The man began to scream at her to let him in. If she didn't, he would find a way in himself and kill both my mother and I. My mother told him to fuck off, which obviously enraged him. He pulled out a pocket knife and began smashing hard against the windows. I was still oblivious as to what was happening though. I still thought this guy was my dad. I guess you think a bit slowly when you're only 3 years old. My mom frantically grabbed me, and I don't mean picked me up. She literally grabbed me by my arm off the sofa and booked it upstairs. We were backing up in the upstairs hallway, looking for anywhere to hide, when my mom's younger brother popped out of his room with his headphones on. My mom hadn't realized he was home, and he clearly hadn't heard the commotion downstairs yet. My uncle here was 25 at the time, and was really well built. He intimidated a lot of people in regular everyday life. My mom cried and told him there was a guy trying to break in. While she was telling him this, That creepy lunatic screamed from downstairs that he was inside the house. He then said the boogeyman was coming to get us both, which really freaked me out. In fact, it freaked me out so much that I can still remember it vividly to this day. Anyway, since the guy didn't know my uncle was home, he kept screaming and telling us to come out, and that he would at least make it not painful. My uncle told us to lock ourselves in the bathroom and call the police. We did so. We heard the sounds of groaning and blatant violence from downstairs. After about 5 minutes, the police stormed in and found the man bloodied and badly beaten, with my uncle still on top of him, beating the shit out of him mercilessly. My uncle really did not hold back. Turns out the guy was a known buddy, which is why he was watching me for so long while I was watching TV. After that day, my mom was terrified to be alone at the house. As a child, I don't think I was nearly as scared as I should have been, because I was only 3 years old. I can never thank my uncle enough for being there at the right time, when my mother clearly forgot he was still home. It honestly still gives me chills, wondering what the man would have done to me and my mother if my uncle hadn't been there to save us. So, for some context to this story, my friends and I were all around 14 to 15 years old during this encounter. We also lived abroad in Prague, the capital of the Czech Republic. We all attended an international school, and all of us were like family. These were 5 people, mind you, a very close, tight-knit group. Our parents generally trusted us to go off on our own in the safer parts of Prague. That was mainly around our school area. This is relevant later on. During the summertime, we would sometimes go out to the theme park instead of our usual haunts. Of course, our parents would often come along, as well as our siblings if we had any, so we didn't do this too much. It was too difficult, and we didn't really get much alone time. Now though, I really understand why they always insisted on staying close and being together. On one of our visits to the theme park in late August, one of our friends, Emma, met a native guy a year older than her. Let's call him Alex. She spoke the best Czech out of all of us, so she could easily communicate with them. They seemed to really click and exchanged phone numbers so they could communicate with each other in the future. Immediately, I got a bad vibe coming from this guy though. He certainly did not look like he was 16. He also had the eyes of a creeper. He was running his eyes all over her body the entire time. When we eventually walked back to our parents, I tugged on her arm and suggested she delete his phone number. He was just giving off such a weird aura. I was the shortest and smallest of our group, and my best friends would often protect me the most if we were ever in a bad situation. I was somewhat naive at the time, which really didn't help my case much. Emma snorted at my suggestion and told me I was just being paranoid. I still had this uneasy feeling while Emma talked about him. While we were waiting in line of one of the rides, my other friend Mackenzie, without a doubt the one I was closest to, noticed something was up with me and asked me what was wrong. We sat down together, and I explained my unease about this Alex guy and his flimsy facade of a teenager. Thankfully, Mackenzie took my concerns much more seriously and helped me voice them to Emma, Chloe, and Camilla. Emma and Chloe thought we were being stupid, while Camilla was quite conflicted. In hindsight, they probably thought all the scary stories told about girls being sold into the sex trade were making us paranoid. We didn't get anywhere with the conversation, and eventually I had to move on to the next ride. Mackenzie made Camilla and I promise to keep our eyes on Emma, but not tell her, because then she would get secretive and refuse to tell us anything. We agreed not to tell our parents though, unless things really got out of hand. God knows the situation was already delicate enough without our parents barging in and making it worse. This was our 14 to 15-year-old mentality talking, which almost cost us dearly. Emma and Alex talked all the time over the phone after, and eventually started going on dates as well. She never told her parents about this, and would often start to cut lacrosse practice just to go see him. This obviously bothered us, but it was impossible to get through that she needed her parents to meet him. She kept cutting practice and hiding her relationship from them. After a while, she was even talking about their first kiss together, falling deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole. Finally, in mid-October, Emma just left us all together during one of our treks through the mall to meet Alex. Chloe was sick that day, and with no one to stop us, we decided to follow her and see where she was going to meet him. Following around 7 meters behind her, we watched her go to the edges of the city center to a decrepit coffee shop. Alex and her sat outside and talked, stopping occasionally to sip some coffee. They kissed a number of times, but Alex had an extremely eerie look in his eye. I could clearly see he was driven more by lust instead of love. This brought Camilla over to our side immediately, as up until this point, both she and Mackenzie were the only ones who hadn't actually met Alex yet. We returned to my house then to plot out a game plan for trying to convince Emma that Alex was a major creeper. Before we could even get started though, Emma called us to tell us about how she thought he was the one. After trying to convince her that she should tell her parents if they were really that serious about each other, she blatantly refused and accused us of being jealous. We denied it and apologized, and eventually she hung up after inquiring about our homework for that weekend. At this point, the situation was dire enough to go to her parents directly. That seemed to be the only viable option left. We were terrified of breaking the friendship we had with Emma and Chloe though. With the hopes that Emma would still be on her date with Alex, we dashed over to her home. Thankfully, her mother was there at the time, with her younger brother in tow. We told her all about what had been going on, and she seemed very upset about it. We made her promise to tell Emma it was not us that had tattled. Instead, we proposed it could have been found out by checking her phone records. Feeling better about having spilled the beans, we all returned to my house and hung out in my room until Mackenzie and Camilla had to go home. The next day at school, we were confronted by a furious Emma and Chloe. They probably figured out that we had told on her and declared they no longer wanted to be friends with us. I was crushed, but Camilla and Mackenzie assured me they would come around eventually. I wasn't sure our friendship would ever be the same, but I tried to convince myself we did the right thing. A couple of weeks later, while Camilla was over at my house, I heard the doorbell ring. When I came to the door, it was Emma, Chloe, and Mackenzie. Their eyes all looked reddish, like they had been crying a lot. I let them all in, and the 5 of us sat around my kitchen table. Apparently, after Emma's parents had intervened, Alex tried to contact Emma in other ways, often leaving a note in her window with the location of where they would meet. Emma and Chloe would organize it so that Emma's parents thought she was at Chloe's house, while Emma would go out and meet Alex. This happened approximately 3 times. 3 to 4 weeks on, Alex convinced Emma to run away with him to his uncle's house in Moldova, a country to the west of Ukraine. Emma brought a bag full of clothes and such, under the pretense that she was sleeping over at Chloe's. Instead, she rode her bike down to the train station and waited for Alex in a cafe near the train platforms. Apparently, they talked for a while, and he gave her a muffin he had brought on the way there. Emma's father called Chloe's home. She tried to make an excuse, but Chloe's mother told him that Emma was not coming over for a sleepover and that nothing had been scheduled. Thankfully, Emma's dad knew enough to take the car off to the train station to look for her. Apparently, he saw her bike in the racks outside and dashed into the station. Before he could even go inside, though, he saw Alex along with 2 older men walking into a gray van, carrying Emma with them. He ran at them yelling and screaming and caused a huge scene. They dropped her right in the street, and the gray van drove off. When Emma's father checked on her, it looked like she had been knocked out with sleeping medication. She was taken to the doctor's office to make sure she was all right. The police were called soon after, and the whole thing was investigated. They never managed to track down Alex, but the police officers informed Emma's parents about teenage girls being groomed to be kidnapped and taken to other countries like Siberia or Russia and sold into the sex trade. I listened to all of this with Camilla. Horrified looks were on our faces. When Mackenzie finished, Emma started crying. She and Chloe apologized for not listening to us. We hugged it out and stayed at my house for several hours to reconnect. Since then, our friendship has never been stronger, and a strong unspoken policy has been set into motion. We'll always make sure we let the family meet the other half of the relationship. I don't think this experience will ever leave me, even if it didn't happen to me myself. If you get weird feelings about someone, don't hesitate to follow your gut instinct. During my freshman and sophomore years of college, I was extremely awkward. I had just come out as gay, so I didn't have many friends. I was generally kind of a big wad of social anxiety, given I didn't have any social skills to make new friends. It's not surprising then that I had literally no dating experience. Miraculously though, over the course of the summer after sophomore year, I sort of grew out of the worst of my awkwardness. I lost some weight and got a lot more confidence in myself. My self-esteem was a lot higher. I came back to school in August, and by October, I had a decent amount of genuine friends. I'd also gotten a lot more involved on campus. With my newfound confidence, I decided I'd finally download Grindr and see what it was like on there. Now, if you didn't know, Grindr is a gay dating app that's primarily used for finding sex or hookups. Despite my recent improvements in the social arena, I was still extremely naive and inexperienced when it came to dating. I set up my Grindr profile with a nice picture of myself and a very brief bio. I got a lot of messages very quickly after my picture being approved. One guy who messaged me had a display name of Dad4Young, which should have been my first red flag. I was oblivious though. I should note that I also look really young for my age. At the time, I was 21, but I was regularly asked by campus staff which middle school or high school I was visiting from. Heck, I'm 23 now and I still get asked if I want the kids menu sometimes when I go to a restaurant with my parents. It's that bad. So this Dad4Young sends me a message that just says, "What's up?" I replied without looking at his profile first. I looked at his profile after and noticed it said he was 54. His only profile text said the younger the better, and his only picture was a zoomed-in blurry picture of his hairy chest. Needless to say, I was not very interested. Given my own experience though, I thought ignoring him would be horribly rude, so instead I kept replying. I don't really remember what we even talked about in the first 10 or so messages we exchanged. I do remember him telling me that I was very cute though. I know I told him I was a student, but I never mentioned which college I went to. It's important to note I went to college in a major city, and there's a bunch of different colleges all within a 5-mile radius of each other. A few more within 10 miles of those even. Sort of like Tinder, Grindr works based off your location, but much more precisely. If you're less than a mile or two away from someone who's online, it will even display their feet in distance away. I noticed that Dad4Young's profile said he was 25 miles away, which I thought was kind of far. He started to get more sexual in his chats and asked if I wanted to meet up. I felt bad flat out denying him, since he'd been so polite so far. I told him I didn't want to meet up with him that day, but we could keep chatting if he wanted to. I figured that was that. When I checked 20 minutes later, it said he was offline. About 30 minutes later, I got another message from him though. "Hey, I rode a while to get here. Thought I'd have a nice drive out to Canterbury campus." I'd not told him the name of my college, nor the part of town I was in. I looked at his profile, and now it said he was only 3 miles away. I started freaking out a little and didn't reply to his messages in the hopes he would just leave me alone. My college campus had a couple of different campus chunks separated by a few miles between them. I lived on the upperclassmen residential campus, which was about 2 miles away from the main one, where all the other student dorms and main buildings were. I felt like if he were going to try and find me, he'd at least go to the main campus first. Then maybe he'd give up, since not many outside people know about this separate residential campus. 5 or 6 minutes later, though, I got another message. It's no fun if you don't play along. What building on the residential campus are you in? His profile now said he was only 2,500 feet away, and every time I opened it up, the distance would decrease even further. I was losing my shit at this point. This guy had the ability to pinpoint my exact location. I shut my blinds and turned off all my lights and locked my windows as well. My roommate was out of town on some kind of retreat, so it was just me here alone. The door was already locked. I was getting pretty worried. He kept sending me messages every minute or so, saying things like, "I'm gonna find you, here I come," and other supremely creepy shit. The distance was down to just 310 feet now. I was completely losing my mind, and I didn't know what to do. I deleted the whole app off my phone. Nothing else happened that night, though I was absolutely terrified he was going to come knocking on my door. 3 days later, I decided to re-download Grindr after doing a bit more research and seeing you could adjust the settings so your exact location was invisible. When I logged on for the first time to remake my profile, I adjusted some of the search filters until the results were specific enough to display Dad4Young's profile, which I promptly blocked later that evening. I got a message from someone with the display name, "I'll find you," with the same gross profile picture. My stomach sunk as he sent me a flurry of messages. "You screwed up. I almost got caught by the police because of you. I couldn't find you, so I had to go to the other dorms and find someone else. He ended up calling the police on me. I'm not giving up, though. I'm coming for your sweet virgin ass." I freaked out and blocked him again. I deleted my profile and deleted Grindr as well. I refused to re-download it or any dating apps for about a year after, at which point I finally worked up the courage to try again. I've not heard from that nut job ever since. When my mother met and married my stepfather, I was 4 or 5 years old. He began to introduce me to the cult he belonged to almost immediately. I don't think my mother realized he was in one, although he was trying to get her into it too. Slowly, during the evenings when my mother went out for weekends, whenever he could get me alone for school holidays, or times when he'd come and get me to take me out of school, he would work on teaching me how to be a member of this cult he believed in. Whenever my mother wasn't around, there were training sessions and practice sessions for his cult. Eventually, there were even times he'd pick me up in the middle of the week from school and take me to a group camp sort of place where other members of his group set up for extended activities. Sometimes they would trade children for their gateway period, like swap us back and forth for cross-training or whatever. Once in a very great while, a kid there would die, but usually those were kids that were just picked up. I'm not legally part of their families, so they didn't have to make excuses for them being missing. I was very lucky because my stepdad didn't like to share me, so I was never cross-trained in this way. My mother helped my stepfather in a lot of ways, not because she knew what he was doing and what was involved in it, but because she was naturally a hateful sort of person who helped him in isolating and keeping me from making any long-term friends. She refused to let me watch television, listen to radio or music, or go to parties or any special events. It was a lot like being a Jehovah's Witness kind of, actually. She just didn't want me around and didn't want me to inconvenience her in any way. The house was closed to me because of this. I was restricted to my room for most of my life. That really helped out my stepfather because it gave him a lot more access and control over me. My stepdad's cult was a sexual slavery group, and they believed that women were naturally inferior and meant to be slaves. My training was to teach me how to be a slave, how to endure pain, how to pose for long periods of time, essentially how to be furniture. There was also what he called preparations for my womanhood. By the time I was around 8 or 9, he was trying to get my mother into softer versions of what he was doing with me. He was trying to get her into swinging and wife-swapping and stuff. My mom was naturally a prude, though, who actually hated sex in the first place, which kind of made things worse on me and made him more impatient. When I told a childhood friend of mine some of the stuff he did and about the camps and the poses and the training and the kids that were all expendable, she told her mother, who told my mother that I was being misled there. There was a lot of screaming and shouting in the house, and the embarrassing interviews with her interrogating me and being really angry at me. I was so scared because of the threats he'd made, also because she was so furious. I minimized what he was doing. He kept doing it, preparing me for womanhood. She separated from him for 3 months, but it was too hard for her to make it on her own income, and she was too proud to ask for help. She refused to go on any kind of assistance because she didn't want to be a welfare mom like all the people she hated so much. She basically took me right back to him and just gave me to him. I tried to tell her he was going to start doing that stuff again. I was told that she was too tired to hear it right now, so I never got any help from her ever again. By the time I was around 11, I began to read books about child abuse and cults. I couldn't find anything about serial soldiers, but there was enough already in there for me to understand that what he was doing was wrong, and I had to fight back against it. I began to refute him every day. There was a battle of screaming and shouting, throwing things, hitting each other, while my mom would then punish me for being disrespectful to my stepfather. In the end, he would try to erupt me in the afternoons. I stalked the house at night while he slept, with a knife in my hands, trying to build up the nerve to kill them both in their sleep. Just as I was completely ready and about to do it, I'd even packed up all my stuff and everything. He just disappeared. After a week of him being gone, my mother told me he had been having an affair with another lady who was only 17 years old. Apparently, she already had a 2-year-old daughter. She kicked him out for cheating on her, and that's how I got out of the cult finally. As an adult, I stupidly ended up with another guy who was into the same thing. He started out trying to pass it off as an interest in normal bondage fetishes, but in the end I found out he was with the exact same group of people who were now apparently internationally spread out, with private compounds and vacation places all over the map. It tore me up when I realized it. I called the police and changed the locks. I found the boxes and photos of his private photo collection at the camps that he went to with other men, posing with women tied up, unconscious, and beaten. That was the second time I escaped from that kind of cult. It's been 13 years now since I earned my freedom. I've never known what to make of this. The high school I went to was a very religious private school. In senior year, it was tradition for the entire senior class to go on a religious retreat up into this remote resort in the mountains. A few of the teachers would tag along as well. The point of this retreat was to grow closer to each other and to also find God, perhaps even experience spirituality. But in any case, they took away our phones and forbade us from using any form of internet or communication with the outside world. Then, they would make us go through a series of soul-bearing exercises, speeches, and whatnot. Honestly, it was some pretty cheesy stuff, and not all that exciting. On the third day of the retreat, however, the entire grade was in the main hall, doing an hour of silent prayer. It was pretty much like meditation, but we were all supposed to be in communion with God. All of a sudden, there was a huge crash. Everyone looked over to see a girl toppled over on the floor. As everyone stared, she started writhing around on the ground and screaming. Not screaming like in pain, though. She was screaming in a really strange, deep voice that didn't sound like her at all. Someone yelled that she was seizing. I remember that because there was this girl in our class who was known to have epileptic seizures. It would happen in assembly pretty frequently, but this wasn't the same girl. She stood up and started yelling in tongues. Her eyes rolled up in her head, and she kept twitching back and forth. She started to run around the room, yelling unintelligible gibberish language. Every now and then, she would run at the cross in the middle of the room, then run back screaming and crying. At first, I thought it was a dumb high school prank to freak everyone out, but if that was true, she was taking this way too far. All the teachers tried to calm her down, but she just kept screaming. She started pulling out some of her hair even, and one of the teachers had to call an ambulance. We knew it would take them hours to arrive and get to this remote retreat. Another teacher tried to take her by the shoulders, only for her to dig her nails into his arms really hard and keep screaming in his face. It took several more minutes to calm her down. The teachers eventually evacuated us from the room, and she went completely quiet altogether. They took the girl away that night, though I don't know where to. We were in the cafeteria after all of that, and she never came back to school after the retreat was over. I wasn't friends with her or any of her friends, so I don't know if they knew what really happened. She was probably expelled for what happened if it was a prank. It went on for way too long, but it was pretty damn convincing. She didn't seem like the kind of girl who would be up for anything like that, which is what really strikes me. As well, none of the teachers were allowed to talk about it when we asked afterwards. I just hope she was okay in the end, because that was pretty damn scary to see. I moved to my dad's when I was 10, and I didn't know anyone in the area except for the family my dad was friends with. It was a single mom with 3 kids. Luckily, there was a girl only a couple of years older than me. I was 12 at the time I met her, and we got to know each other a little over the years. We weren't exactly super close, but we did end up having the same friends. One night, my friend Rob was hanging out with her and her younger brother. They happened to be in the house alone because my friend's mom was at work. Here's where things get real terrifying. Her mom had been helping out this one lady through her work, and she got to know her fairly well. She found out she had a sister who was in a mental asylum but had been let out fairly recently. The night Rob was hanging out with my friend, they got a knock on the door. My friend thought it was their mom. She knocks in a certain way when coming in, and answered it without thinking. Rob wasn't supposed to be there, so he took off through the window to his house down the road. He never thought twice about it. It wasn't her mom, though. It was the sister of the lady her mom was helping. She'd figured out through talking to her sister where the family lived and her mom's working schedule. She came into the house, and this is where I don't quite know all the details. I'm kind of glad I don't, honestly. My friend's younger brother got away to the neighbors to call the police, but the lady brutally murdered my friend in cold blood. It was only a week from Christmas, but she decapitated her and left her body naked in the bathtub. I think they found her head wrapped up in the Christmas presents, but I don't know if that's true or just an exaggeration. I wasn't allowed to go to her funeral either. This took place when I was 8 years old, so I apologize if the story and the chronology are a bit spotty. I didn't have an in-depth understanding of all that was going on at that age. My friend and I were walking around just messing around in the snow. when we ran into a cop that said something bad was going down. Apparently, they were chasing someone through the area and asked if we had seen anybody suspicious. We hadn't, but we were 8 years old and we wanted to try and be helpful, so we said that we did. We'd seen a girl running down a path nearby. We didn't really think much of it though. After that, we just continued on. After a while, we got quite cold though, so I parted ways with my friend and walked home. I spent the rest of the night watching television in my living room. I was woken up in the middle of the night though, to about 3 or 4 cops in our living room, speaking with my mother. My terrified sister was in there as well. I asked my mom what was going on, and one of the cops filled me in. Apparently, there was a drug-related incident happening the day prior, where a couple of junkies or dealers, I suppose, were running from the police. The 3 junkies had been coordinating over walkie-talkie in our neighborhood to evade the police. Apparently, at some point during the night, one of the women had entered our house to hide. The police sketch actually kind of looked a lot like the junkie lady that crushed her husband's head with an ATM in Breaking Bad. According to my sister, she'd come down the stairs to find the woman in our living room, which means the woman had entered through our front door. That was exactly where I was. Neither my sister nor I had noticed her, as we were intent on whatever we were doing in that moment. The woman had snuck past me, changed into my mother's clothes, and dumped her drugs in a drawer. She left her own clothes in the guest room and tried to sneak past my sister again. That was when my sister found her and freaked out. Of course, the woman grabbed her and tried to silence her and calm her down, telling her she was just checking out our house and that she'd knocked but no one had answered. Luckily, my neighbor had seen this woman enter our house and called the police right away. The police arrived soon after to see one of the other junkies trying to get into our house through the back door to meet up with their friend. The cops found my sister being held by the woman. Why she never left, I have no idea. They arrested both the people on the spot and searched the rest of the house for anyone else. After telling us this, they took us down to our guest room, where we found all the drugs and clothes hidden under the bed. I was really curious about any creepy encounters I might have had when I was little. I asked my mom about this, and she started explaining this situation to me. I was about 5 or 6 when this happened, at a local zoo in a small town in Ohio. We were around the big cat exhibits. I was in love with cheetahs at the time, and one of the exhibits had 2 or 3 ocelots. Those ocelots liked to be near the fencing around their enclosure. There was a tall wooden fence about my height, and some heavy-duty wire around the enclosure as well. There were holes big enough, though, that I could surprisingly stick my chubby little hand into. I remember thinking that ocelots were just baby cheetahs, and I was trying to pet one of them. We started walking around the rest of the zoo. I remember getting cotton candy stuck in my hair, and almost pissing myself when we went into the aquarium because I was so scared of the sharks. Basically, we were just having a really awesome time. Kid me was so excited about all the animals around. That was until my mom said she'd noticed a woman watching us. We wound up heading back to the big cat area because I wouldn't shut up about those ocelots. My mom was getting slightly nervous though. When we were walking back, the woman had been following us around. My mom had a stress-related mental illness, and I guess that made her a little paranoid already. In this case, though, it was a good thing. This woman walked right up to me as I was watching the ocelots. I remember thinking she looked a lot like a movie star because she had this bright blonde hair and bright red lipstick. She said something to me like, "Come with me, honey. We'll go look for a zookeeper and see about letting you pet those kitties up close." I nearly shat my pants at the opportunity. I completely ignored my stranger danger lessons and grabbed hold of her hand. As I was walking, though, I remember getting this feeling like my mother was going to be real disappointed in me. I know that walking off with a stranger was bad, but I was just beginning to get led away when I heard my mom start shouting. I turned around, and this is where things get a bit hazy for me. I remember seeing my intimidating, frizzy, red-haired Amazon of a mother barreling towards me. The blonde lady threw me off into the crowd. My mom scooped me out of midair, and I waved goodbye to the woman as she stumbled away looking incredibly pissed off. And that's where my memory fades out. My mom, though, says she had to physically wrench me away from the woman. She kept on yelling the lady was trying to take her baby. I started crying when the woman tried to lead me away again, and apparently I shouted that she wasn't my mother. Looking back on this, I just feel really emotional about it, and I thank my mother profusely because I now realize what a close call it had been. I used to date a guy named Norman back in high school. I'm 29 now and have a 9-year-old daughter, so this must have been at least 12 to 13 years ago. I guess we were each other's first real love/relationship. We even wore promise rings, which was a pretty big deal back then. We talked about getting married and what our life together would be like. Basically, things people say or do when they've been together for a year as teenagers. As things go, we began to argue unfettered, though, to a cycle of breaking up and getting back together. I was immature and stupid, and I ended up getting with another guy during one of our breakup periods. It became a messy love triangle situation, and Norman and I finished up for good after I chose this other guy. Not exactly my proudest moment, but I was 17 years old and incredibly stupid. Fast forward a few years now. I made a Facebook account, and out of curiosity, I looked up Norman. We added each other on Facebook, and I messaged him, apologizing for what happened between us back then. I was happily married by the time, and had just had my daughter. Norman was a good sport about it, and we remained amicable friends via social media. I rarely ever spoke to him though, only to say happy birthday, or randomly comment on one of his statuses. Another few years go by, and Norman gets into a relationship with a woman called Marissa. I was happy to see him moving on in life. My marriage hadn't worked out in the end, but I was happy with my life raising my daughter by myself. During Christmas one year, I found an old Polaroid picture of Norman and I that we took during a cabin weekend we had taken together whilst dating. I messaged him and recalled how fun it had been. He didn't reply. Later, I found out I was no longer on his friends list. A few months later after that, I got a message from Marissa. She basically said I was a whore and a bitch, and that she'd seen the message I had sent months ago. She told me to never contact him again, and that I needed to get over him. She went on to say how a charm bracelet he gave me back then was nothing compared to what he gave her now, and I was just a cheap shag he had during high school. I never responded. I got off Facebook not long after for a short period of time, before making an entirely new profile and adding only close friends and family. Over the next few years, I would constantly get ads from people I didn't know on my social media. I knew it was Marissa because the first account I mistakenly added began sending me tons of abusive messages, saying that I would never find love. Afterwards, I didn't add anyone else I didn't know personally. Somehow, though, she kept finding me on different accounts. She even tried to add me on Instagram, Twitter. Somehow, she even found out my phone number. She tried to add me on WhatsApp, too. When Snapchat became a thing, I immediately got an ad from a user who had one of my Facebook friend names as their username. I added them, only to find out it was her pretending to be them. I kept blocking all her alternate accounts and maintaining no contact. Honestly, there was nothing else I felt I could do. This year, I joined a dating app and met a guy within the first few weeks of being on it. I thought he was amazing. His name was Nate, and he had a fair few pictures of himself as well. He was average looking, so it didn't raise any red flags with me, that this suspicious-looking guy was trying to talk to me. He had an Android phone, so he couldn't FaceTime, but we would speak on the phone regularly. It was definitely a man's voice. We texted a lot over the next few weeks, and things seemed to be going well enough for a meetup. We scheduled a time and place a week beforehand. He asked me about my past relationships. I didn't think too much of it when he asked me about my very first real one. He seemed real keen on the details and asked me if I still had feelings for that ex. I reassured him that I did not, but I also didn't hate the guy. I was the one who'd messed it up in the first place. Nate said he was really looking forward to meeting up with me. We had chosen to meet in an outdoor cafe because I didn't like the idea of meeting someone at my house without me actually knowing them. I was so excited. It was my first online date in a long time, so you can only imagine my confusion when I noticed a woman smile and start walking over. I was too shocked to say anything when she sat down. Of course, it was Marissa. She looked so smug. "Hey babe," she called out to me. She kept smiling and confessed it had all been her. At that point, I just wanted to know why. What did I ever do to this chick to get all this harassment from her? For her to even invest her time into doing this? Basically, this is what she told me. 6 years ago, when she and Norman got together, he told her all about me and our first relationship. She went onto his friends list and saw me there. She then went through all my pictures and posts, trying to see what he saw in me. Then, when I messaged him, she confronted him over why I had any pictures of me and him at all. Why did he need to have me on Facebook? So he deleted me and promised to never speak to me again. She told me she hated me and that I was a stupid bitch. She wanted to give me a taste of what I had done. She made up accounts so she could keep an eye out on me and tried to make sure I would never be in the same city as her and Norman. She would walk by places I'd say I'd like and go inside to make sure I wasn't meeting up with him in secret or something. She even found out where I worked. She said the guy I spoke to on the phone was her friend who was in on the whole thing. She had originally planned to make me fall in love with Nate and then have him cheat on me, but she couldn't stand to wait so long. The most disturbing part, though, was when she came to my daughter. The woman had become extremely fixated on her. She was convinced that she shared some of Norman's features and became obsessed, thinking I'd had a kid with him who I'd kept secret. She told me to not even think about revealing this secret to him. She would be the only one to give him a baby. I was beyond horrified. The ending's not very exciting, but I remember getting up from the table and telling her to never contact me again. I got in the car and just sat in there in silence for a while. The first thing I did was call my daughter's school and let the front desk know of a possible situation where someone who is neither her father nor I would try to pick her up. I then called my brother and told him what happened as well. He urged me to call the police, and I did. I ended up getting the whole spiel of how if I didn't have documented proof about her saying these things, they couldn't help me. It's been 2 months since, and I haven't heard anything else from her. My brother thinks that maybe she got what she wanted by asserting herself as Norman's one and only. Maybe now she'll finally leave me alone. I still have a massive paranoia though when it comes to what I post on social media and where she might be lurking next. I even had to tell my family and close friends about the situation and warn them not to add any strange profiles or people they didn't know. Hell, I wouldn't put it past her to know my address and stoop to peeping in our windows or worse every once in a while. So this is currently happening to me. It's been going on for close to 3 weeks now. I decided to make a profile on Plenty of Fish because I'd been single for 8 months now. I've had some friends who have had success on there before, so I decided, why not try? After about a month or so, I got a message from a pretty attractive girl. We got along pretty well, and we talked for a few weeks, until we decided to exchange our kicks. That's where everything started to take a turn for the worse. Within only 4 messages, she revealed to me that her pictures were all fake and proceeded to send me a new picture, saying this was her. She sweared it. It was not fake. As I looked at this picture though, it was something I knew looked way too good to be true. Why would you fake looking like this? Being a fan of the show Catfish, I decided to reverse image search the picture she'd sent me. Sure enough, I found the real girl within seconds. I sent a message telling her about what I'd found. The girl I was talking to did it again. She sent a new picture. I did the reverse image search again. Same thing, not her. At this point, I got fed up and told her to never talk to me again. She became extremely angry with me though, and started calling me every name in the book, telling me that she was a stripper and would pleasure me anytime I wanted. Stuff about how I'd lost out and all sorts of other things. I started getting messages from other accounts too, both on Plenty of Fish and Kick, claiming they were her friend or someone who worked with her. They all talked the exact same way she did though, and I knew for sure all her friends were really her. They all started sending me messages and threatening me, saying they knew where I lived, that her dad was going to beat the shit out of me. There was one that made my heart really drop though. I know you live in Pine Ridge. That's my real neighborhood. This went on every single day. I would get up to 30 messages a day from her, all on different accounts. I never replied. I got so sick of it I made my Instagram private, deleted Facebook, took down all my profiles. I made a new Kick under a different identity. About 5 days went by when the worst thing happened. I got a message on this new Kick. It was a picture from a username called Killer Coming For You. When I opened it, I almost pissed myself. It was a picture of my house from across the street. I could see the window to my living room even, with the light on inside. I called the cops, of course, but long story short, they told me they couldn't do anything because she hadn't physically harmed me yet. Wow, thanks a lot, police. I've been sleeping with a knife under my pillow ever since then. Thank God she hasn't done anything to me yet. Today, only a few hours ago though, I got a message on Kick from a friend of hers. I know it's her, but she just flipped around the swearing a bit. Being curious, I decided to check my old messages as well, that I hadn't checked in a long time. Sure enough, there were hundreds of messages, all saying how she loved me so much. Now though, she's pregnant and had a boyfriend, but she was still so in love with me and wanted me to raise the baby. Sure enough, she sent me a new picture of a pregnant girl with the caption, "Proof that I'm pregnant." I saved it and did a reverse image search on it. Of course, there were thousands of sites with that picture. Every day, I'm living in fear, waiting for a new message. I'm going to make another new account tonight, but she always seems to find them almost right away. I'll keep you guys updated on this. Sorry it's so long, and thank you for sticking with me. Please wish me luck. Update. A day after I posted this, I deleted my social media like I said. Every single one except for my Facebook, because that's the only way my family can really get a hold of me. I thought I really did my best to make sure everything I wrote, liked, or posted was private. But today, I got a new message from a person I won't identify, since this is still under investigation. The message said, "My sister loved you, and you broke her heart. We will come to kill you." That was sent this morning. I've since called the cops, and they're finally starting to take this a little more seriously, as now they at least have a name and a message to go off of sure intention to harm. They said they would do their best to get to the bottom of it, so let's hope that they finally do. For a little bit of clarification, I'm 5'7" and a 14-year-old female. This encounter took place when I was 13 years old. I live in a very quiet village in Scotland, and this town has never had a kidnapping problem before. At least, not that I know of. Because of that, I wasn't exactly prepared for this encounter. My parents had asked me to run to the store for some essentials, like milk and bread. I started walking the half-mile or so down to town. Since I'm already a really paranoid person, I normally keep a vigilant eye out on my surroundings. I noticed that something was a bit off. There was a black minivan driving slowly behind me. I was too afraid to turn around and see the driver. I picked up my walking pace, and when I did, I noticed they started driving a little faster. In my head, I was just thinking, I'm about to die, aren't I? I finally made it to the store parking lot, though, and practically sprinted for the front doors. I probably looked like a complete idiot, but when you think you're going to die, you can run pretty damn fast. I talked to one of the cashiers. It was a very nice young lady. She looked to be in her early 20s or so. I told her I thought I was being followed and pointed to the vehicle so she could get a good look at the plate number. She said the staff would look out for me, and that made me feel a little bit better. I made my way to the dairy aisle and was scanning for the cheapest milk when there was a tap on my shoulder. I turned around to see a 6'2" middle-aged man with greasy black hair wearing an out-of-place tracksuit. "Hey there, I just wanted to say you're really beautiful. So pretty." He took a few steps towards me. Me being a person who really hates human interaction, I just started to cry. The tears started spilling down my face. Apparently, he took this as an opportunity. "No, stop crying. I don't want that gorgeous face of yours to be so wet. We should go down and have a drink together. What do you say?" I was so scared at this point. That's when I heard the cashier's voice coming from behind him, asking him what the hell he was doing. "Oh, well, I'm just asking my beautiful girlfriend if she wants to have a drink at the bar. That's all." I looked up to the lady and said I was only 13 years old. This is where she threatened to call the police. The man backed off and said it was all just a big misunderstanding. He'd thought I was way older than that. Then he turned and sprinted out of the store. The lady, whose name ended up being Rachel, helped me to gather the rest of my items since I was in a very panicked state. She then called the police and told them the guy's license plate number and called my parents to inform them they should come pick me up. I gave her my mom's number and I brought her a box of chocolates the next day to say thank you. I don't know what happened to the man in the end, but I hope he's in police custody where he belongs. When I was 15, I moved to Utah. It was a smaller town just north of Salt Lake City, and far enough west that the wind would carry the smell of the lake and the air would reek of spoiled sea. I got dumped halfway into sophomore year, which was terrible for an awkward kid in a new place. In Utah, they began high school with sophomore year, so I was effectively a freshman twice. The only luck I had was a girl I met named Sarah. We started dating right at the end of this school year, so we were able to spend the majority of the summer together. Now, you might not know this about Mormons, and I certainly hadn't either, but in their church, they like really big families. Something about the spirits up in heaven requiring additional bodies, so it wasn't uncommon for some of the more devout Mormon families to have 8, 9, even more kids. It really meant outdoor freezers packed full of hamburger helper and houses with gigantic kitchens. Sarah's family was pretty damn Mormon. My family didn't practice much of any religion, so we never really discussed it. She had 6 sisters, 7 if you include herself, ranging from 6 to 18. I only met her mother once, but she always seemed to be pregnant. I never spoke with her dad a single time. I was a little too overwhelmed by meeting her family, and I avoided it as much as I could. I probably would have figured it out by then, but I'd only lived in Utah for 6 months. Everything already seemed so weird to me. I remember a particular night. I'd picked her up and she had a curfew that made it so I had to park down the street so she could sneak out. I wanted to jump over the small gully flagged by trees beside her house, but she refused. We had to walk around, which meant passing by her parents' window. I thought it was pretty weird, but I just assumed she was worried that she might get her feet wet or something. It went on like that for a couple of months. I would stop down the street and I would wait while she walked beside the gully around her house and up the street to me. Sometimes I'd meet her at the end of the road even. I was always careful not to walk too far onto the lawn for fear that I'd wake her parents up. One night it was raining though, and I didn't want her to walk alone through the dark in the rain. I planned on surprising her by meeting her by the back door through which she snuck out every time. I also wanted to avoid walking by that window. I walked over to the trees and saw the gully. The water was a bit higher and moving quicker than normal because of all the rain runoff. I figured I could make the jump. Man, was I wrong. My feet slid on the mud on the other side. I sank immediately into the wet earth and splashed hard into the muck. The rush of cold water was a big shock. I reached up and grabbed the storm drain, but what I had grabbed and dislodged flowed down with me into the water. The water wasn't very deep, maybe only 2 or 3 feet. I stuck my shoes in, still holding what turned out to be a black garbage bag. I dropped it and started to crawl upward when my hand grasped on to another black garbage bag. I tried to crawl up, but it just kept dislodging this thick, viscous grime. It must have been the 3rd or 4th time I tried to find something to grip onto when I accidentally tore one of the bags open. At first, I thought it was a rotten orange or something. It was decaying amongst a soiled nest of old bones, but as I looked closer, I could just about make out the yellow skin, bloated on white bone. It was a skull of a baby. I let out a shout. I didn't know what else to do. It smelled awful, and suddenly I was afraid to be near this area. I scrambled up through the mud and kicked myself up against a tree. My heart was racing. Sarah was right there. She was crying, saying she'd been waiting for me by the street and came over when she heard me shout. She must have always known those were there, because I never saw her again after, and all of the girls were pulled out of school. The local news reports after said her father had apparently decided he'd had enough kids and had been burying each newborn out by the gully. They recovered 5 tiny bodies, all girls. I wonder if he'd just been waiting for a son the entire time. When I was 14, my best friend and I decided to use a Ouija board. We got into a dark room in my house and lit up some candles. As we started the game, another friend of ours knocked on our door. When we tried to contact the spirits, we let her in and resumed with this third person in tow. Now, this friend of ours kept on mocking us as we tried to get the supernatural messages. All of a sudden, she passed out. We thought she was joking, but when she opened her eyes, she began speaking in a voice very different from her own. This deep and guttural growling. It was pretty damn scary, but we still thought she was just playing with us. She laughed a really horrible laugh and started to list out things that had happened to me, things I had never told anyone before. She did the same for my best friend, and the candle started to flicker. She began speaking gibberish. I couldn't even understand what was coming out of her mouth. We were both absolutely terrified. This had started out as a simple joke game. At least, I thought so. Then it got seriously out of hand. My friend ran over to my neighbor's house. She was a very devout woman, and she ran over to see our friend. She gasped and told us to bring her to her house. We grabbed on to each of her arms, and she fought us the whole way there, starting to scratch us and trying to get undressed to slip out of our grasp. It was seriously freaking us out. When we got there, our neighbor locked herself in a room with the girl and told us to wait outside. I don't know what happened, but after a couple of hours, our friend and the neighbor came out. She was very tired and didn't seem to remember anything from the point we started playing with the board. My neighbor told us not to play with what we can't control. I'm not really sure what happened in that room, but I'm glad my friend was okay in the end. The part that gets me the most, though, is how she was saying all those things about me and my friend that she shouldn't have known, that no one should have known. It terrifies me to this day. My husband and I decided to take a mini vacation to a semi-populated region near a casino resort. We both enjoy playing casino games, so we booked an inexpensive motel room at a popular chain a few miles away from the resort. We stayed at the motel for 2 nights. This incident occurred on the second night we were there. We'd come back from the casino fairly late, around 2:30 a.m. or so. I parked our car in the same spot as before, right next to a red pickup truck. My husband and I got out of the car when we noticed a man in the corner room below our room. We were on the second floor. He looked to be older, maybe in his 60s or 70s. He kept on peering out through the curtains at us. My initial thought was, okay, that's pretty weird. Afterwards, my husband said he made eye contact with the man, and his expression was just vacant, empty of all emotion. I passed this strange guy's room and turned the corner to go upstairs. As I did this, I heard a loud barking noise coming from inside the room. All of a sudden, the door shot open and a pit bull came tearing out of the room, barking, growling, and heading right towards my husband. My husband would later tell me that when the door opened, the man had the pit bull by the collar. He looked directly at my husband and then released the dog on him. My husband backed up and started kicking at this dog, trying to avoid it. It ran up to him, growling and barking and baring its teeth, then ran to the stairs where I was, then back to my husband and back to the open door. The whole time I was just yelling, "What the fuck is going on?" over and over again. Not the most eloquent response, I know, but an accurate representation of what I was feeling in that moment. We've been dog owners, and we're not people who've had bad experiences with dogs. We're not people who get easily afraid of dogs, but it felt like this dog was in attack mode. I know the stereotypes of pit bulls may not be true. They can be very sweet and wonderful dogs. I don't know if the dog had been in the room for too long or if it had been mistreated or what. But once the dog ran back over to its owner, we bolted up the stairs and into our room. We don't know what happened or who this old guy was, why he sent his dog after us. We called the front desk and requested security. They came in about 5 minutes with a front desk clerk and a police officer in tow. We told them what happened, and they said they'd talked to a woman downstairs who owned the dog. We were confused. Woman? No, it was an older guy, not a woman. They told us they'd only spoken to a woman, though. At that point, we were just freaked out. We didn't feel comfortable staying, even though they offered to switch our room. The officer escorted us back to our car, and we left utterly befuddled as to what had just happened. We ultimately decided to just drive the 3 hours home. My biggest regret is not asking them what the woman had said when they came to the door. We were just so focused on getting out of there that all we really did was tell them what happened and leave right away. I don't know if the old man we saw was mentally ill or angry at us for some reason. Maybe we'd woken him up, or maybe he just wanted to scare some people. I don't know, but I don't think we'll be visiting that area for quite a long time. This happened about a year ago. From 2013 to 2015, I worked night shift security at an RV resort. I was on my way to work one night when my driver's side tire blew out. It was on a long, narrow dirt road around 10:30 p.m. or so. It was pretty damn dark. I live in a very secluded area in upstate Florida, and this road was not near any neighborhoods. It only had a couple of street lights too. My shift started in 30 minutes, so I called the manager and told her I might be a little late. I had to change the tire before I could get there. After I got that all squared away, I pulled out my car jack and started to position it underneath my Ranger. I was about to start cranking away when I saw the dim glow of what appeared to be golf cart headlights approaching me from down the street in the direction I'd just come from. I was thinking it was probably a local, wondering what was going on. Maybe they'd be nice enough to give me a hand as well. The golf cart stopped right behind my truck. I stood up from where I was crouching and said, "Hey there, one of my tires just blew out. Would you mind giving me a hand maybe? I'm kind of running late for work." The person in the golf cart didn't respond. I heard them stepping out of it. The person came within the headlights of their own golf cart. The light was dim, so it was kind of hard to see, but they looked like a middle-aged man with no shirt on. I could clearly see a beer gut and also some hairy legs. I could also see that something was dangling underneath his massive stomach. Turned out he was completely naked. That's something I could have lived my entire life without seeing. The man seemed to be holding something in his hands. I only caught a quick look at the object, but it's not what you're thinking. All jokes aside, the thing this guy was holding appeared to be a big machete of some sort. The man didn't say a single word as he started to walk menacingly towards me. I quickly jumped back in my truck and started it up. I noped the hell out of there. I didn't have enough time to grab my car jack, so I just left it behind. My truck was still lopsided from the deflated tire, and it made it real awkward to accelerate forward. I could see in my interior mirror that the headlight of the golf cart was still close behind me. Despite my truck having a flat tire, it was still going at a decent speed. So was the golf cart that was tailing me though, so in a split-second decision, I slammed on the brakes of my Ranger. Not even a second later, I heard and felt the golf cart smash into my rear end. I rolled down my window and shouted, "You fucking creep!" I sped off and managed to get to work on time somehow. It ruined my rims pretty bad though. I explained everything to the manager, and the cops were called soon after. They searched the entire road, but found no signs of the man nor his golf cart. They did find my car jack though, which was returned to me. Other than a few minor dents on the back of my truck, it didn't turn out all that bad in the end. I'm sure that the golf cart had it 10 times worse. He had to be going at his max speed when he crashed into me. Honestly, I'm surprised he was even able to drive away after that. I've come to the conclusion that this weirdo was on a serious meth high or something. I no longer own that truck, nor work at that site anymore. Also, creepy bare-ass overweight machete-wielding guy. For the love of God, put some damn pants on, please. I had my first real boyfriend when I was in high school, and we stayed together all the way till uni, when we both started working. A few months into both of our first jobs, though, we started drifting apart and getting into plenty of arguments. We didn't call it quits quite yet, probably because neither of us really had the heart to. As I started getting to know my colleagues, I found myself spending more and more time with them and less with my boyfriend. Part of my group of colleagues was an older guy. I was 20 and he was 37. He was pretty good looking, serious, and quiet, probably because he'd also just joined the company. One day, he started messaging me for work-related stuff. Then we started talking about other stuff. Pretty soon, we chatted quite frequently. I would say there was mild flirting, but really was just getting to know each other. My relationship with my boyfriend never improved, and one morning before work, we decided to break it off. I was super distraught at work, panicking and realizing I wasn't quite ready for things to end yet. My colleagues decided to take me out after work for drinks to calm me down, and I did drink quite a lot. I'm not really a drinker usually either, so getting drunk is pretty rare for me. Obviously, I couldn't drive in this sort of condition, so the older guy volunteered to drive me home. Everyone else started to leave, and soon it was just the two of us in the bar. I told him that I wanted to leave as well because it was getting pretty late. Actually, I wanted to go home and talk to my boyfriend about getting back together. He convinced me to stay and drink a bit more though, which I stupidly did. The rest of the night remains a haze, as I don't really remember what happened after. All I know is the next morning, I woke up in an unknown motel, naked and next to the older guy. He woke up with a smile and began to tell me dreamily about how passionately we'd made love last night, and so on. I was filled with horror. I couldn't remember anything from the night before. All I could remember was crying the whole night. I recall repeatedly telling him I wanted to go home all night too. It's all just a frustrating blur though. I started crying and he panicked and drove me back to my parents' house. Before I climbed out of his car, he leaned over to kiss me on the lips, but I avoided him and rushed out. A few minutes later, I received a text from him telling me how much fun he'd had and how in love with me he was. I was super creeped out. I told him I wasn't ready for another relationship, but we could stay friends if he liked. I was really young and naive at that time. After that, he would text me multiple times a day, even during work hours, telling me how much he loved me. I tried my best to avoid him, but I hadn't told anyone about what happened, so I couldn't stop him from coming along to our colleague outings. I began to dread those as well, because he would always try to sit next to me during meals or meetings and quietly slip his hand under the table and stroke my thighs or crotch. Once, when it was just the two of us in the office elevator after work, he suddenly pushed me against the back wall and started kissing me and squeezing me, stopping only when I pushed him away. Looking back now, I don't know why I didn't just leave or tell somebody. I was really young and it was my first job. I didn't want people to know that I'd slept with this stranger at work. I was stupidly conscious of being labeled something. This goes on for a few months, and I never did anything while he continued. I reconciled with my boyfriend, and we moved back in together. I never told him about the stuff with the older guy. When the older guy found out I was back with my boyfriend though, that's when shit started to get real crazy. He found out where we lived, and I would catch his car across the street most nights. He would just stay in his car outside all the way till morning. On weekends when we went out for meals, I would see his car parked outside where we were eating, or suddenly notice him seated behind us in the same cinema. He even followed us to church once. That one still gives me chills, because I had not expected that at all. He seemed to appear in the most random places, so to me it felt as if I could not escape him, either at work or outside of it. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, but I never confronted him because I didn't want my boyfriend to find out. The older guy kept telling me about how passionate I was during our night together. I became scared that maybe I really had acted that way. I didn't want my boyfriend to find out and leave me, although I was pretty sure I was too drunk to be anywhere near as enthusiastic as he described. His messages and phone calls became more frequent. I was so scared of the whole thing coming out in the open, I would reply to his texts and calls, which mainly consisted of him breaking down on the phone, demanding I leave my boyfriend. I found out a few weeks later I was pregnant with my boyfriend's child. Of course, we were happy and decided to have a small wedding. When the older guy found out, he became convinced the child was his, and he started cornering me at work. He told me he would marry me, and he was already planning to get a new home for us. He had the perfect name for our child, etc. The final straw was when he showed up suddenly at my front door with a ring, hysterical about marrying me. I was really scared, but I managed to put him off by telling him I really would think about it. The incident really freaked me out, so I decided to tell another male colleague about all of this. He went to talk with the older guy and threatened him to stop that bullshit. I couldn't take the pressure of dealing with it though, so I decided to quit my job. That didn't stop him from still messaging me and showing up everywhere, including my home. Thankfully, we moved to a new place after our wedding. I took the opportunity to change my phone number as well. He resorted to emailing me poetry and long emails about wanting to get together, but I was so far removed from him now I could just ignore him. After a while, he seemed to finally give up. My male colleague later informed me the guy had decided to migrate to another country because he was so heartbroken. Not like I cared much. Life went on after that. I had my child, who I loved to death, and a fulfilling marriage with my boyfriend, now made husband. That was until I attended my former colleague's wedding, and there he was. I felt my heart drop to the floor, but tried not to show it because I had my husband and child with me. We were seated at the same table the whole night, and I caught him staring at me the entire time. The worst, though, was when I left to go to the bathroom and returned to see him cradling my baby in his arms. He had asked my husband if he could hold him and kept snuggling against my child. I quickly snatched him back away and told my husband I wanted to leave early. My husband did ask who the guy was, but I brushed him off by telling him it was some colleague I never really spoke to at work. Nothing happened after that, until I suddenly received a text message a few days later from a random number asking how I was doing. I asked who it was, and I got a reply telling me it was him. I ignored the message, and the next day changed my number again. I still received random emails and texts from him though for years. I've changed my number extremely frequently, but besides those messages, thankfully nothing else has happened. It's been a few years now since the very last one. I do get nightmares every once in a while of him suddenly appearing again. I get so paranoid about him showing up I check random cars while I'm out and about sometimes. The most recent thing I heard about him was when my male colleague messaged me a few months ago to let me know that the guy had been scrounging around trying to ask if there was still a chance of us getting back together again. I wish I could somehow erase that nightmarish year out of my life, but what's done is done, so I hope he just stays away forever. For context, I'm a tiny 24-year-old woman, and I live with my boyfriend in a very small apartment complex, maybe about 30 units. It's a pretty safe town, too. We've been there for almost 2 years now. This story takes place late October 2017. Also important, my designated parking space is the farthest from the entrance of our complex, and it borders the back gravel lot, which is for visitors or residents who don't have a designated space. And that's the area where my boyfriend parks, because we only got one to share between each of us. The back lot is to the left of my space, and the space to the right of me is a vacant/unassigned one, and has been for over a year. A few months before this story takes place, a white van had periodically been parking in that vacant space to the right of me. It was never consistent, though. They would usually park in the back lot, or in one of the 4 marked visitor spaces instead. It had become increasingly frequent, though, that they would park right next to me, even when there were closer spots that were also vacant. It was a Sunday, I believe, and I'd just gotten home from getting my hair cut. I pulled into the parking lot and noticed a charcoal gray sedan with heavily tinted windows in a vacant spot next to mine. The car was running as well. I found this quite odd. There were several designated and visitor spots open, and I'd never seen this car before. As I was pulling into my space, the car shut off. I'm naturally cautious, so this seemed very odd to me as well. I was listening to Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, so I decided to wait and finish the song I was on to see what would happen. Especially since I couldn't leave such a good song unfinished. Mostly though because I felt really anxious and I had the feeling I was being watched. I tried to reason to myself that perhaps they were waiting for someone else. I know I have a tendency to be paranoid. I needed to collect myself before leaving and figure out what was going on. After the song, I turned off my car and hurried inside, where my boyfriend was waiting for us to get ready to go meet his family for his brother's birthday outing. We were in our apartment for about 20 minutes while I changed clothes. We walked out to the gravel lot where his car was parked, when I noticed that the charcoal gray car was no longer next to mine. Instead, it was now next to my boyfriend's car, and it was once again running. At this point, I mentioned to him how odd it was they were still here and had moved to that different part of the lot. We went out for a few hours, and the car was no longer there when we got back. The next day, I had off from work. I got in my car to go pick up groceries, only to notice there was a note on my windshield. I immediately began to shake. Somehow, as I grabbed it, I just knew it was from those people in that gray car. I was so panicked I almost couldn't fully read what they wrote to me. I just started to tear up as a fear response. I won't quote the entire thing because much of it was very graphic, but here's the part I will share. Hi, you must not remember us. At approximately 5:32 p.m. on the 29th of October, you pulled up next to us. Although you appeared pensive or preoccupied, we just couldn't help but stare. We're very serious about pleasing others, and we would be honored to be the ones to train you. They shared some incredibly detailed plans, which I didn't ask for. You can guess what they probably were. I was able to compose myself and went to pick up groceries, then called my boyfriend. He came home for his lunch break and we emailed our landlord. He went back to work and I spent the rest of the day in shock. I felt so violated. This is my home. This is supposed to be a safe place, and those strangers violated that. I don't shame them for their kinks, but this was not the way to go about them. They came to my home. They painted a picture of me and them I didn't want. They gave me a reason to be paranoid and afraid they would make that disgusting picture a reality. It took a few days, but I did call the police. They came up to our apartment and I told them my story. They collected the note that was left. They ended up calling the creeps, but I never heard back. Interestingly enough, I never saw that white van that used to occasionally park next to me after that either. I was so surprised. I didn't expect the police to take this seriously at all, because some of the other things I'd heard out there. I didn't expect the fully caring response they gave. My boss changed my schedule up so I'd get home when it was still light out, and I called my friends or boyfriend every time I walked to or from my car for weeks. It was difficult to write this post, and I'm holding back on sharing the full extent of how I felt. What I do know is, it's strange they were parked next to me with all those open spaces. It's strange they turned their car off whenever I parked. It's strange how they always move spaces to follow us. They left enough info that I was able to look them up on Facebook. I had one mutual friend with this guy, surprisingly, who was an old heroin junkie coworker. I immediately blocked and unfriended him, and blocked the other guy as well. It's been quite a while since that incident, but I'm still vigilant when walking to our apartment. The most unnerving part, aside from the graphic plan, is the fact that while I was still composing myself in the car, they must have seen that. They made it very known they were approaching me, and that they knew it made me scared. I'm glad I sought help, though. This happened around 10 years ago in 2008 or 2009. I was visiting my grandmother in a rural section of the Ozarks, near a small town with a hilarious name where I went to high school. I was very familiar with the area, and when visiting my grandmother, I would often walk into town, taking backwood trails until I reached the main road into town. Very rarely, someone would stop and offer a ride, and normally I would accept. It's a small town in a rural area where everyone mostly knows everyone else, so I wouldn't even look up until I was getting into the vehicle. I stopped accepting rides after this incident, though. I had just come out of the woods as I was walking along the side of the road. I was maybe a mile or two out of town, really enjoying my walk, when an older blue Ford Taurus pulled up next to me. The driver rolled down the passenger window. "Need a ride?" I heard. I started to walk over. I got in and got a good look at my driver. The man almost looked like a greasier version of Charles Manson or something. Flat, stringy brown hair that looked like it hadn't been washed in over a week that came down to his jawline. He had a salt and pepper 5 o'clock shadow and piercing blue eyes. Something about this guy was ringing every alarm bell in my body. I went to get back out of the car, but we were already in motion. Instead, I began to look around the vehicle. The front was relatively normal, even clean. The back seat was covered up with a blanket though. On top of the blanket was something that took up nearly the entire back seat, wrapped up in a tarp. Whatever it was stood about 1.5 feet off the back seat. On top of it all was a big black shaggy dog that was staring right through me. "What are you doing here?" The question snapped me back to the front seat. "I'm sorry, what?" I asked. He was staring at me instead of the road. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, I'm visiting my grandmother. I live in College Town, about 90 miles from here, and I'm on my way to see some old friends." A big frown came over his face. "No. Why are you here?" I frowned a little. Everything in me was flashing to get out now. I just told you." My tension was rising visibly. The dog began to growl at me from the back seat. Now we were passing the sign for the county line. There was a gas station coming up that marked the beginning of the town. He was still staring at me though. "Why are you here? Why the fuck are you here?" He began to scream over and over at me out of nowhere, slamming his hands against the steering wheel. I huddled against the door, shaking. He pulled into the gas station. "Give me your glasses." It was a statement, not a question. No emotion either. I just handed them over as he told me to wait there and went into the store. I was frozen in place, shaking and trying to will my arms or legs to work, trying to start my breathing again too. I knew whatever the hell was going on here, I needed to get out right now. The dog growled at me again, and that snapped me back into action. I got up, almost rolling out of the car. I walked into the store shaking, and in an equally shaking voice I said to the man, "This is close enough to where I'm going. I'd like my glasses back now, please." My eyesight is very poor, but I could feel the intensity of the glare he was giving me. I think the cashier could too, because she took a couple steps back and grabbed the store phone. He silently handed my glasses to me and continued to stare daggers at me as I put them on. Then he walked out the store without saying a single word to either of us. The cashier looked at me, clearly freaked out. "What the fuck was that?" she asked me. The adrenaline of the situation started to wear off, and the real gravity started to sink in on me. Tears began to silently fall down my face. I asked her to use the phone. She nodded and handed it to me with a box of tissues. She told me I could go to the manager's office to make my phone call and take as much time as I needed. I thanked her, went back, and let my friends know what just happened. I also told them I'd be cutting through the woods to get to them because I didn't want to see that guy ever again. I would be coming out from behind their house. I took a few minutes to breathe and relax after I hung up. When I went back out, the cashier asked if I was okay and if there was anything she could do for me. I thanked her again and told her no. I asked if she knew the guy. Apparently, she had never seen him before and didn't think he was from the area. That shook me even more. I gave her my friend's phone number and asked her to call them if he came back. I left and cut through the woods to my friend's house. We had a great afternoon actually, and when I was ready to leave, they gave me a ride home. At the time, I tried not to let it bother me as much, but the longer I've had to think about it, the more curious I am about what was in the back seat. The dog wasn't moving from on top of it unless the guy told him to. I try not to think about what was underneath that tarp too much. It looked just like how someone lying in the fetal position would look like from behind. One night in July, a friend and I were road tripping home from a long vacation. We'd been on the road for hours on end and were growing very tired. We kept on pushing though, consuming supplements such as coffee and engaging in motivational conversation to pass the time. My friend's eyes were quickly sinking though. I saw signs in the distance for the next exit. We decided to veer off to an exit for Springfield, Ohio. Instantly, we began the search for a motel to rest at. Up ahead in the distance, we saw a sign for Night's Inn. If you've never been to a Night's Inn, it's a fairly cheap motel. Minimum breakfast, extremely shady rooms, and cheap prices for each night. But you really get what you pay for. My friend and I approached the front desk and requested a room. The owner seemed to hardly speak any English, but after dealing with a language barrier for about 10 minutes, everything seemed to be situated. We were set to stay in room 13. As we made our way to that room, we began to grow more and more tired. I slid the key into the door, and after a subtle click, the door unlocked. I pushed my way inside the room. As you might imagine, it was extremely underwhelming and had the faint smell of cigarettes and Cheetos. I kid you not. But hey, a room is a room, so after taking a shower, I climbed onto the twin-sized bed, and my friend did the same. Within 10 minutes or so, we'd both dozed off together. At 5 a.m. though, I was abruptly awoken by a heavy banging on the door. I glanced over to my friend, who shot up just as quickly as I did, trembling in fear. After about 3 minutes of being frozen there, I silently crawled over to my phone, avoiding the main window as to not be seen. I dialed 911 and explained the situation. They claimed they were sending an officer right away. The banging was still going on, so I screamed to the person outside, "What do you want?" Instantly, the banging stopped. I could hear muffled voices on the other side of the door. Then they began to fade away. At this point, it was around 5:30 a.m., still dark outside. I made my way over to the door and took a look out through the peephole. There was nothing there. As soon as I slipped back, though, a loud banging echoed throughout the room as someone began to pound on the window. A deep voice was heard laughing outside. It stopped soon after it began, and the cops never showed up. Right when daylight beamed through the window, we booked it over to the car and drove off. This, however, was not the most unsettling part. The next day, as soon as I got home, which was maybe another hour or so away, I began to watch the news. A 40-year-old man had been found at that Night's Inn. Room number 14, which was right next to the room we were staying in. He had many weapons with him and had kidnapped a 14-year-old girl who he claimed she was in love with him. To this day, I'm not sure exactly who was banging on my door that morning, but I have some suspicions, and I'm thankful I decided not to answer it. Now, I've been holding on to this story for 6 years or so, and I haven't really spoken about it to anyone. I went camping 6 years ago with an ex-boyfriend of mine. The campsite we'd picked was absolutely beautiful, and we were able to drive through some rough trails. The spot we picked was next to some hiking trails that weren't very far away from some natural hot springs and a huge waterfall. We were in the middle of nowhere though, so absolutely nobody else was around. We set up camp the next day and went hiking. We soaked up in the hot springs and came back down and had dinner together. So far, it was all going very well, until the next day. I need to give you some context as to how we slept that night, so you can fully understand my confusion. Before we went to sleep, I put our food cooler and the stereo we'd brought into the car and locked it up. I put the keys in the front pocket of my backpack and laid the backpack next to my sleeping bag on the right side of the tent. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest to the door of the tent with a gun next to him. We woke up the next morning, and I felt pretty fine. I had slept pretty hard. From inside the tent, everything seemed perfectly normal. We got out to our campsite, only to see it was in absolute chaos. The fire pit we'd made had been ruined. Our stuff had been thrown over and scattered everywhere. The stereo had even been smashed to pieces, laying next to a tree nearby. All of our car doors were open, including the trunk. We stood there for a minute in silence, just taking everything in. The woods felt off. It was quiet, and not like the peaceful place we'd seen yesterday. Everything felt wrong somehow. My ex accused me of not locking the door the night before, and that an animal had gotten into our things. I was absolutely sure I had done so, though. I went back into the tent to get the keys from my backpack and check, only to find they weren't there. I found them later, on the ground next to the car, which was a wake-up call for me. We stuffed everything into the trunk and left soon after. My boyfriend was quiet and wouldn't talk to me about what happened. He finally spoke up when we were almost home and told me that he'd had a dream that night. Somebody was leaning over him, holding a gun, just staring at him. When I tried to question him more, he said he didn't want to talk about it and I shouldn't speak about it ever again. I tried to forget about everything, but I just can't. Something wrong happened to us in those woods that night, and I can't really find a good explanation. My husband and I left Target late one night. Since it was winter time in Chicago, my husband was fine with me getting in the car to warm up while he loaded the back with our random assortment of Target goods. The parking lot was relatively empty, except for the car parked directly in front of us. I looked over at the car out of curiosity and noticed a man sitting in the driver's seat. Not wanting to stare too much, I looked away. I got a sudden feeling of chills all over though, and I snapped back to look at him again. My husband finally slid into the car, and I told him, "Hey, this guy in front of us, do you see this?" He looks and goes pale and says, "What the hell?" He was not looking at us. He was not looking at anything. His eyes were so sunken in, they almost looked like black voids in the sockets. His mouth was agape, like he was sleeping, but it was just a black hole too. No teeth or tongue. This might be due to obscured vision since it was nighttime, but we were also underneath a light, so the man was fairly illuminated, at least from above. The creepiest part though was his skin. Think the cockroach alien from Men in Black when he's in that guy's body. Some places of this guy's face were hanging off, and others were stretched super tight. It almost looked like a thing wearing a human face. The guy wasn't moving at all. "Let's get the hell out of here," said my husband. Obviously, we pulled out of there as quick as we could and triple-checked the locks on our doors that night. We still get creeped out just remembering it. My husband doesn't believe in the paranormal or anything outlandish, but even he knows there was something weird going on with that guy. He almost didn't even look human. I really think there was something wrong with him. There was a notorious murderer in my city. There was actually a security guard at the company where I worked before he was identified and caught. After he was apprehended, we discovered that he had kept the body of a small child in a cold water tank on the premises just a few yards away from where we all worked. Apparently, it had been there almost 2 years or so, but had never been found or even suspected until he gave the information to the police himself. The man is still in jail nearly 25 years later. It's even been proven with DNA that he was actually responsible for several murders in the area as well. He's serving compound life sentences. In actuality, the man was very friendly with me and my colleagues. As we came in and out of the building every day, he would smile and joke with us. In fact, the two of us even had an ongoing morning gag while he still worked there, well before his crimes were discovered. When my baby daughter was born, my wife and I brought her into the office to show her off. One day, I let this security guard, who was the father of an 8-year-old himself, hold my baby, as the body of a toddler he'd murdered was just a few feet away. There used to be an old abandoned school in a town by my house. It was heavily boarded up though and super hard to get into. A friend and I actually managed to get inside once by climbing up the side of the school via a pipe and a fire escape combo and slipping in through a window on the roof. We explored the basement, which was flooded and really creepy. Seeing stairs just disappear into water was such a strange sight. We had just left the gym area when we suddenly heard footsteps coming from the doors on the other side of the gym. It was especially scary, considering it sounded like it was coming from only a single person, not another group of intrepid explorers like us. Whoever it was blocking our path to the exit. There was no way back up to the roof with this guy there. The only way out otherwise was behind us through heavily boarded doors. Whoever it was sounded like they were pacing around and stopping periodically. There was no light coming from that direction. We couldn't fathom why someone would come into a creepy place like this all alone. We waited for the footsteps to stop, then snuck across the gym and peered down the hallways cautiously. We didn't see the person, so we continued toward the stairs which would lead us back to the roof. Around halfway down the hall, we heard someone sprinting towards us from behind. It was probably 50 meters away or so down a typical high school hallway. Now, it was mostly darkened here, but there was a small amount of light coming in through the cracks in the window boards. We couldn't make out anything behind us very well. We quickly ran up the stairs and didn't stop until we got back to the 4th floor. We listened for any additional noise, but nothing seemed to be happening. We hopped out the window and climbed back down the pipe. We got out of there in a real hurry. We never found out who that person was, and we have no idea why they could have been there either. In 2004, I moved out of my parents' house into a very small one-bedroom apartment. It wasn't in the best neighborhood, but it was all I could afford at the time. A few months after I'd moved in, I woke up in the middle of the night to a voice on the other side of my bedroom door. Someone was there in the hallway, in the dark, only they were whispering my name over and over. The scariest part of this was that whoever was on the other side of that door stood in the dark hallway to my apartment and whispered my name for hours on end. My cell phone was on the kitchen counter charging, and I sat there for hours helpless and beyond scared. When the sun finally started to rise, I heard the person walk away, and I never encountered anything like that again. I met my friend Nick in middle school. At the time, we weren't really friends, but I did get to know him a little bit. Frankly, he scared me. When I first met him, he was one of those kids who wore all black and gave himself piercings. He would do it during class using safety pins. He was bipolar and had a slew of other issues as well, including being on drugs at the time. Fast forward a few years to high school, and I didn't really have any friends. I was kind of a loner. I have a fall birthday, so I was one of the first kids in my class to turn 16 and get my license and start driving myself to school. Nick had since grown out of the goth, druggy phase. He got on medication for his psychological problems and now seemed like a fairly normal guy. One day he was talking to me and asked me if I could give him a ride home. I was all too happy to help, considering at the time I was pretty desperate for someone to hang out with. I ended up becoming very good friends with him, and another guy he hung out with as well. The three of us pretty much spent all of high school as a tight-knit group. Looking back, I think they kind of took advantage of me, as my family had more money than either of theirs. I was happy to share though. I drove them to lunch and paid for it every time when they said they didn't have money. It would never be anything major, just a few bucks here and there. We did have some really good times too. They were pretty good guys for most of the time, but I do feel like that was at least part of the reason why they became my friends at all. Even if that was the case though, it was worth it for me because they were literally the only bright spot in my otherwise miserable high school experience. Nick could be an ass sometimes, especially if you spent more than a day or so with him at a time. I took a week-long beach trip with his family and ended up spending more time with his brother than him because he drove me absolutely insane. There was even a particular incident at a go-kart track where he was literally screaming at a 10-year-old kid and trying to pick a fight with the kid's father after the race. Why, you ask? All because he'd cut him off on the track. Then he got pissed at me for not backing him up when I was too busy trying to crawl into a corner and pretend like I didn't know him. It was all just so ridiculous. I was embarrassed. Actually, friend or not, I was hoping the guy would kick his ass because he deserved it. After high school, Nick stayed in our hometown and went to local community college. Me and the other guy went to State University, a few hours away. We actually were roommates. We would see Nick when we came home on the weekends. After that year, he joined us. Nick was really struggling though, and was in and out of school, never really trying that hard. At one point, his girlfriend from high school cheated on him, and he took it pretty hard. They started adjusting his medication. I don't think they ever got it quite right, because he was never the same again. During this time, I introduced him to my girlfriend's sister. We actually had gone to school with her, but never really knew her until I started dating her sister. Anyway, they started dating as well. At first, it was cool because we could go on double dates and stuff. I was a little worried though, because I knew how he could be sometimes. I was afraid of what might happen if their relationship ever went south. Her parents really hated him. I was always trying to defend him best I could, without making them hate me too. I'd since gotten engaged to my girlfriend, so I felt like I was always in the middle between my future in-laws and one of my best friends. Eventually, they got engaged too. Her parents really hated that they'd rushed into getting married. I think they'd been together less than a year at the time they moved in. Things quickly went south though. He started expecting her to support him. He quit going to school and said he was going to live on disability for the rest of his life because of all of his issues. They fought pretty much constantly, and they had only been married for about 4 to 5 months. Then he even started threatening to kill her. He even went as far as to detail the plans he had come up with to do it and get away with it. Needless to say, she left soon after, and they got divorced within less than a year. As you can imagine, this put me in quite the awkward spot of having to choose between my fiancée and her family, or one of my only friends. I tried to defend him as best I could. You know, he's not really like that usually. His medication is messed up. He doesn't really mean it. He won't really do that. I mean, how truly can you stick up for someone who's threatening to murder his wife, though? I did the best I could, but ultimately, if I wanted to keep my fiancé, I had to lose that friend. Our other friend was supposed to have been my best man, but he refused after what happened with Nick, so I ended up losing both my friends over the ordeal. Pretty much exactly what I'd been afraid of. The next time I spoke to Nick, he came into the store I was working at with some people I had never seen before. I said hey and gave him a friendly wave, but he immediately flipped me off and walked out. That was confirmation our friendship was completely over. I'm not really sure how any of that was my fault, but I guess I was supposed to leave my 6-year relationship and break things off with my lover because this guy was a psychopath and threatened to kill her sister. I really wish that was the end of the story, but it continued on. Her sister found someone new, who was an amazing guy and one of my now closest friends. I have far more in common with him than any of my old friends. I graduated, got married, moved homes, and now started a family. My now wife's sister got remarried to the new guy, and they had a kid together who's now 3 years old. Everyone was happy, and we pretty much forgot about Nick. That was until the day he came back into town and started working at the local grocery store. My mother-in-law was the first to notice him and pretty much forbade her daughter from shopping there. She was terrified he would come after her or her kid if he saw them. They ended up moving away to the other side of town. I wasn't as threatened by him though, so I continued to shop there. I assumed since it had been 5 years, he must have moved on with his life. I would see him working at the register or whatever, but other than that, I really didn't go out of my way to avoid him. One day, I saw him looking at me though. I didn't speak to him because of the way our last interaction was gone. I was met with the coldest stare I'd ever seen. After that, anytime I was in the store, he would follow me around the entire time. When I left the store, he would head outside and pretend to bring carts in or something and watch me until I was in the car leaving. The last time I shopped there, I made the mistake of taking my newborn son with me. He started fussing, so of course I picked him up and tried to calm him down. At that point, Nick walked by and slammed into me, trying to make me drop my baby. Then he walked off like nothing had happened. I decided that day it would be best if I started shopping at Walmart instead. I realized that I'd forgotten to sit the trash out to be picked up. It was around 3 a.m. When I went back outside to move the cans to the curb, as I walked out of my garage, a large van with blacked out windows suddenly came down the street and stopped at the end of my driveway. I was nervous since it was 3 a.m. and it was clearly not my neighbor. I took my time fiddling with the cans beside the house, waiting to see what they were going to do. Eventually, they went down the street and stopped. I put the cans out as fast as I could and went back inside, making sure all the doors were locked. I went to sleep with my gun on the nightstand. Around this time, my grandmother's house was broken into too. Whoever did it knew where everything was in her house because they didn't rummage through anything. They just took all of her sentimental items, then went straight to the closet where my grandfather's guns were and took several of them as well. About a week later, they returned and cleaned out everything they hadn't taken the first time. We had no proof, so the cops wouldn't do anything, but I'm fairly certain it was Nick. He had been to her house before, and I had shown him the guns when we were friends. Since whoever it was broke in knowing exactly what they were looking for and exactly where to find it, that narrowed down the list of suspects. Since then, I've seen that van driving around in front of my house at all hours of the night. It's becoming less frequent since I started shopping elsewhere, and thankfully nothing more serious has happened. I have to keep a gun nearby at night now, and I'm still hoping this doesn't escalate again. About 4 years ago, I was a junior at a small college in LA County, bordering my town. There was a large cavernous region known as Turnbull Canyon. It's the kind of place that has a healthy amount of creepy folklore surrounding it, with an area emphatically known as Hell's Gates. Stories of cult activity, gang killings, abandoned mental institutions, and the like. The kind of shit you'd hear about any place old enough to have a reputation. In reality, most of these stories were spurned from a tragedy that occurred years prior. A woman's body had been found at the base of the canyon. From then on, the rest is history. Nevertheless, when a photographer friend asked me and another buddy to go out to the canyon in order to help him take some photos of the LA skyline, I had to oblige. The canyon is about a 30-minute drive from our campus. Now, we had been listening to the King of Limbs the entire drive, which proved to be the perfect ambience to get me feeling pretty anxious about our excursion. I should also note I'm a pretty anxious guy in general, so traveling out to a remote area preceded by its reputation for frightening occurrences admittedly had me thinking twice about the decision. At the top of the canyon, there's a small residential area with a few ritzy houses surrounded by trees and woods. In order to venture into the canyon itself, though, you have to follow a main trail with several smaller arteries that split off in random directions. Ultimately, they all culminate at the base of a steep hill, adorned with an old water tower overlooking the city. Anyhow, we parked our car at the top of the canyon road, got out the camera gear, and made our way out to the trailhead. It was around 1 a.m. at this point. After watching the trail for about 5 minutes, Dave the photographer decided it was time to set up his first shot, while Jeff, our other friend, and I kept watching. Eventually, he got the shot he needed, and we continued walking for another 5 minutes or so. Dave set up his next shot, and so on and so on. At this point, the trailhead had disappeared behind us completely. We were a little less than a quarter mile away from the water tower. While setting up the tripod again, we noticed the faint glow of headlights off in the distance. That was pretty strange. This trail was not meant for cars, nor was it big enough for them to pass through. If I recall correctly, it was only 5 feet wide, with shrubbery on both sides. This was clearly a red flag for us, as we were the only people out there. Immediately, we packed up our things and ducked off into the brush, waiting for the car to pass on. Eventually, an old pickup truck idled to a stop about 50 yards from where we were hiding. The truck itself was very old and rickety, sitting on a lifted chassis, the bed of which was missing entirely. Growing up in the country, I knew this was the type of truck typically owned by backwoods folk who lived out in the boonies and preferred to be left to their own devices. We watched in agonizing anticipation as the truck idled in place for several minutes before flooring it down one of the other trails. The roar of the engine echoed throughout the canyon. Clearly, we were spooked at this point. The 3 of us speculated as to our next step. Jeff and I were reluctant to continue, while Dave assured us it was probably nothing, just a guy off-roading in his spare time, as he put it. With great reluctance, Jeff and I trudged on behind Dave toward the water tower to get his final shots. Nevertheless, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about that truck. I mean, I knew plenty of people in high school who would go off-roading for fun in the woods, but never on finicky canyon trails barely wide enough to hike on. It just didn't sit right with me. After walking without interference for an hour, we finally made it to the water tower and climbed up to the top and took in the view of the city. Once again, Dave started setting up his equipment, while Jeff and I stood on both sides of the water tower keeping watch, just in case the truck came back. At this point, though, there was nothing. It was around 3 a.m. when Dave decided he'd finally got all the shots he needed. We packed up the equipment and committed to heading out before it got too late. Just as we were preparing to descend the hill, the truck comes roaring out of the canyon below us, back onto the trail. At that point, the driver attempted to climb the hill, revving his engine quite loudly. Scared, the 3 of us slid off the side of the hill into the brush once more, clinging on to plants and rocks as the truck shot to the top of the hill, slowly driving in circles around the tower. We could see the glow of headlights each time it circled above us. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, while also trying not to make any noise, the truck eventually descended back down the hill, stopping in the middle of the trail, no more than 100 yards away. We watched a scruffy man in his mid-50s step out of the truck and into the glow of its headlights, moseying around, looking at the ground. Then he wrote something down on the dirt, surveying the area intently. It became increasingly apparent to us that he was tracking something, our footprints. This next part still chills me to the bone, as my friends and I huddled together, watching in complete terror. Another man wearing a long dark parka emerged from the bush where we'd been hiking just a bit before, joining the other man at his side. Apparently, he'd been out there the entire time while we were walking the trail, just following behind at a safe distance. The 2 of them talked for a while. We couldn't hear a word as they continued scanning the area, searching for our footprints. Eventually, they got back in the truck and drove down one of the forks in the trail. We sat there in silence for a long time, waiting nearly 2 hours to ensure the coast was clear. At that point, we made it like hell back to the car, down the canyon, and back to our campus, just in time for class in the morning. About 2 years ago, me and a buddy decided to go on a drive. It was a hot summer's night, and we were bored out of our minds. He picked us up some cigarettes, and we went out on a late-night ride. We decided to drive to the top of the mountain. The base of this mountain was about an hour's drive from where I lived, and it took another hour to drive all the way to the top where they had a restaurant and bar. It was pretty late, around 3 in the morning or so we knew the bar would already be closed. Still though, we thought we could just chill on the benches and have a relaxing smoke, take in the view at first light. We get to the base of the mountain and start driving up and around the road. This road twists all around the mountain until you get to the very top, so when you reach a turn, you can barely see around the corner, especially in this pitch-black darkness. Only the road was visible, due to the streetlights being far and few apart from the road. The edges of the mountainside were barely visible. We had been driving for about half an hour. Everything was pretty enjoyable. Absolutely empty roads and complete silence. It was very relaxing. All of a sudden though, as we turned around one of the bends, I got this very uneasy feeling. I saw something that was definitely out of place here. There appeared to be a person sitting on a boulder at the very edge of the road. My friend saw this as well and kept on driving. I guess he wanted to see what was going on though, because he turned the car around and started going back toward the person. It's pretty treacherous to reverse on that sort of road, so he turned completely around and headed back slowly. My friend didn't seem to be getting the same bad feelings as I was. He was in a completely normal mood, so I convinced myself I was simply acting weird. We parked the car opposite of this figure, engine still running. He rolled down the window and called out to them. Hi there. Are you okay?" I have to admit, I was still pretty scared. I didn't say anything. There was no response from the figure. They simply looked up in our direction. We could see it was a woman wearing some sort of dress. Her eyes were completely blank, and she had this strange smile on her face. I swear, we both felt so fearful in that moment we were completely paralyzed. We couldn't even yell or communicate, not a single word. It almost felt like we couldn't move. I don't know how my friend found the courage to press the gas and get the hell out of there. I do remember that when we got home though, we both had a very high fever, and we were both like that for a couple more days afterward. I remember one night I was in bed getting ready to go to sleep. I was around 17 years old or so, living in my parents' basement. I heard someone open the basement door and start walking down the steps. It sounded like they were wearing flip-flops, which was odd because it was very cold outside at the time. The steps continued downward. They stopped at a point where I couldn't see who it was. I thought it might be my brother, but he was out with his friends, and he never wore flip-flops either. I called out anyway. "Jake, is that you?" No answer. The walking continued toward my door. "Dad? Mom?" Still no answer. The knob on my door started to turn, but no dice for whoever was outside. It was already locked. I heard an audible, disappointed sigh. Then whoever it was walking away from my door and back up the steps. I was straight up scared as hell. I grabbed a baseball bat and slowly ventured out into the living room. I began to check the house. There was no one in the bathroom, no one in my brother's room, no one on the steps either. We had 2 phone lines at that house, so I called my parents' line. "Hey, Dad, did you see any headlights come up the driveway or hear anyone come into the house?" He hadn't. Were you and Mom just home? Did you come downstairs wearing flip-flops or something?" "What? No, go back to bed, son." I did eventually. I thought someone must have snuck into our house. It was the most genuinely terrified I had ever been, but I never really found out who it was in the end. I like primitive camping. Me and my wife go out sometimes by ourselves. We usually bring the dog along with us and spend a couple of nights out there. This time, we invited some friends along for the drinking shenanigans. On the first day, we heard a vehicle coming down the road. It wasn't too odd, but there were about 10 more sites on this several miles of road. It was a dirt road with nothing there but these primitive camping sites. One way in, one way out. What is odd, though, was that this vehicle appeared to be some sort of meat-packing truck. It was really old, and all the lettering on the side of the truck was faded or gone already. It was fading beige and completely decrepit looking. None of us could actually see the person driving it, but there were no tags or plates on the back at all. We all began to get pretty creeped out because of this, but collectively kind of decided it wasn't as weird as we thought. We just went back to enjoying our night out. Flash forward to the next morning. My mom called me, and she was panicking, freaking out. Apparently, some hikers had just been abducted right near where we were. There are several girls at our site, including my wife. She was convinced it was that car. I wanted to know how nearby this had happened, so I pulled up my GPS and an article I found out about it, with their last known locations. I found out they had been kidnapped less than a half a mile away from where we were. I legitimately don't remember what happened after that, but I was scouring away on the news for years. It's hard to find an article these days. I want to say they found one of the girls tied to a tree. Apparently, there are quite a lot of people that get abducted and murdered on or near that parkway. I'm pretty sure that whoever was driving that meat truck was never found, and I'm also pretty sure they're the one that did that night. I was a bouncer at a bar years ago. It was a normal Friday night, completely packed with the usual customers. They knew not to get too crazy though. At around 11 o'clock, people usually started to get a bit out of hand, and sometimes I would have to break up a fight or two. Tonight was no different. Around midnight, this guy was getting a bit too touchy-feely with a girl in the crowd, and she really didn't like that. I had to escort the man out. Really, I kicked him out. You know, surprisingly, these guys I kicked out were always good guys who had just a bit too much to drink. Usually, I'd see them again and they would apologize profusely for their behavior. This Friday night, shortly before closing time, a man threw his drink at the bartender and cut his head open as well. I grabbed the guy and threw him outside. They would normally struggle for a second or two, then realize they had no chance of overpowering me. This guy was quite different though. He struggled the whole time, and he was almost able to stack up to me. I could tell he had a violent temperament and was very used to fighting. After his ass hit the sidewalk out front, he sat up and said something like he'd be back or whatever, and I would see him later. I can't remember the exact wording. Thankfully, the bartender was alright, but he needed to go get a fair few stitches. It was closing time anyway, so we just told everyone that we were now wrapping up. We would appreciate all of them making their way out. I helped to clean up, as I always did, and when I was finished up, my buddy who worked at the kitchen always left with me, out the back door. We were walking down the alleyway behind the place, when the two of us noticed there was somebody behind us. We kept on walking. I turned left onto the street where my car was parked. My buddy crossed the street and continued down the alley. I turned around to see if this guy would try to follow me or my friend, but I didn't see them cross the street or turn the corner. I got into my car and drove the miles away to my house. I had the following day off, but the day after that I was scheduled to work again. Before I left for work that night, my good friend and the owner of the bar called me and gave me some terrible news. My buddy, who was walking with me the other night, had been attacked and stabbed to death further down the alley. I couldn't believe it. I told the cops about that jerk in the bar that night, but they never found out who really killed them. I don't work in that bar anymore, but I did for another 2 years after the incident. That guy from that night never showed up there again. I very strongly feel that it was him who attacked and killed my buddy. The night that this happened to me was many years ago. Probably about 20 years ago now, actually. My single father moved myself and my 2 little sisters to a not terrible but also not great suburb of Denver, Colorado. The divorce had really shattered him and our home. My mother left him for another man, and the burden of raising 3 girls befell on him. Skip forward a couple of months. My sisters were 8 and 6 now. We had grown fairly accustomed to the neighborhood by then, and the surrounding areas as well. My dad had a schedule of working 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. out in Denver, where all the best pay was. Because of this, the responsibility for my 2 little sisters became mine. I was the eldest, after all. We hadn't quite melded with the other kids in the area yet, but being the 3 of us, we didn't really mind. We were capable of entertaining ourselves. We used to ride our bicycles everywhere, to all the surrounding neighborhoods, the hiking trails along the river, and pretty much everywhere else, even along the train tracks. We could find various amounts of them throughout town. One set of train tracks in particular, in fact the closest to our home, had a long ditch almost like a valley along both sides of it. I think in retrospect it must have been some sort of barrier to prevent the river from flooding out the neighborhood across the street. Anyway, on one side of the tracks, it was a sheer drop-off with heavy bushes and undergrowth preventing the ground from being easily accessible. On the other side, there had been a path carved out. It appeared to be carved out by vehicles, maybe servicing the train tracks perhaps in prior years. It was extremely deep though, and they called it Dead Man's Ditch. As I said, we used to ride our bikes around town a lot, especially in the summertime during the day, while our dad was at work. We would sometimes travel further away than he really allowed us to. We also had a game we played similar to Punch Buggy, combined with a license plate game. If any of us saw a license plate with double or triple characters consecutively, for example double B's or triple zeros, we would announce it and then attempt to hit one another. It was a barbaric game, but we were siblings having fun, so it wasn't too outlandish. I'm not going to share mine nor my sister's names here, but on this particular day we had been riding around for hours already, and were well past the hottest part of the day. It was cooling down and gearing up for sunset. We had made our way back toward home, and were less than a 2-minute bike ride from our house. I had been hanging a ways back, so both of my little sisters were in front of me. The youngest was out front, the middle coming up on her left, and myself 6 feet behind both of them. Just a few minutes prior to this, a silver sedan had driven past us going the opposite way. The car's plate number had double 6s on it, which I had called first as we were heading up the street. I heard a vehicle accelerating patiently behind me. This set off red flags, because where we were riding, we actually affected the oncoming lane. This vehicle was heading the same way we were. I turned to look and see, and automatically glanced first at the license plate. A silver sedan, Mr. 66. It seemed he was back now. I could see the driver, and he appeared to be a Hispanic man in his mid-40s, wearing a blue and red flannel shirt. He didn't say a single word though. He just looked at me for a second, then sped up, veering around us. I watched in horror as his open driver's side window lined up with my baby sister. He reached out and grabbed her hand and a handle for her bicycle. He slowed down a bit, trying to pull my sister off her bike and into his open window. Something must have happened to his car though, because as sudden as he had grabbed her, he released her again and slammed both hands back on the steering wheel. She took the chance and pushed like hell on her bike, racing towards Dead Man's Ditch. My other sister and I followed suit. After a moment of what I now recognize as tunnel vision, I heard the acceleration of the sedan behind me. By this time, we were all hysterical. I was trying to desperately see through my tears. This guy was clearly not going to give up. Whatever his deal was, he didn't want to let go of my sisters. Dead Man's Ditch was approaching quickly. Thinking on my feet, I directed both sisters down into the ditch, assuming 666 wouldn't destroy his own vehicle, attempting to follow us. My youngest sister cowered in fear at the top of the ditch, being afraid of falling down so far. My middle sister didn't need to be told twice though. She slid down the hill like it was nothing. As I caught up to them, the car was right against my back tire. I told them to just go. I was pretty sure this guy was going to kill us. I remember my other sister taking a huge breath and finally going down the hill. I held my breath until I was right behind her. All three of us made it down to the bottom. The man pulled his car right up to the opening of the path. He got out. I could see he was naked, wearing only the aforementioned flannel shirt, and boasting a giant hard-on, which he proceeded to tug and wave in our general direction. I stood between my sisters and this creep. After a few minutes of exposure, I guess he decided we weren't worth the destruction of his car. He jumped back in the driver's seat and drove away. My sisters and I were hysterical, although my 10-year-old mind had switched to business mode. My tears ceased, only followed by my concern. I now somehow needed to get my sisters home safely. We waited for about a half an hour, but the car never came back around. We braved emerging from the trail and hightailed it home. When we got home, we told Dad everything, and he was understandably outraged. He actually took us around in his car to drive around the neighborhood and try to find the man's car. We couldn't find it. My dad called the police once we got back home, and we filed a report. Unfortunately, with only a description of a silver 4-door car with a license plate beginning with 66 and a Hispanic older man, that wasn't enough to track him down. They filled in Dead Man's Ditch a couple of months later, but not before it had managed to save our lives. I'm telling this story on behalf of my best friend Tom, who I've known ever since childhood. He served with the Army for several years as an infantry with the 1st Battalion 75th Ranger Regiment. After he returned home from his combat tour in Afghanistan, he had more than a few stories to tell. I'm immensely sad to say that we lost Tom in a car accident recently. However, this one story from his time in Afghanistan, I've always felt was a good one to share. Tom also agreed. He visited horror communities occasionally, but had never found the time to sit down and share his experiences. Because of that, there are many stories that will forever remain just between me and him. But I know this one is one he always really wanted to share, so I'm gonna do my best to pass it along. I want to note that the details are somewhat hazy, as it's been a long time since I last heard him tell it. In 2013, Tom's unit was deployed to Afghanistan, specifically the Kandahar province. He had gone through immensely difficult training, up to and including jumping out of several airplanes to get to where he was now. As such, he was eager to finally do his job. He ultimately participated in 19 combat missions during his 4 months in country. Almost all of them night raids aimed at high-value targets, local Taliban cell commanders, and other persons of interest. You see, the Rangers and other special operation forces like that specialize in nighttime operations. They train at night and operate frequently under the cover of darkness. The Taliban lacked widespread night vision optics, whereas each individual ranger was equipped with some of the finest. The accessories to complement them with that advantage too, on top of their large numbers and superior training. It was hard for them to not feel like they owned the night whenever they went out. This wasn't always the case though. One night, Tom's platoon was tapped for yet another high-value target raid. After the briefing and preparation process, the 30 or so guys boarded the Canucks and proceeded to the targeted location. Disembarking under the cover of darkness, they went to secure the area. Tom was a member of a two-man machine gun team. His team leader, Corporal Kyle, manned the M24 machine gun. As his assistant gunner, it was Tom's responsibility to carry spare linked ammunition belts, call out fire adjustments, and act as a bodyguard. After leaving the chopper, Tom and Kyle moved forward to their designated blocking position, a vantage point in which a fire team can set up and intercept enemy forces. The target in this case was a small village, seemingly abandoned and heavily deteriorated, with crumbling masonry and multiple bombed-out huts. The entire place was incredibly unsettling, showing no signs of life other than a single black cat. The moon was high in the sky, bathing the ramshackle collection of seemingly ancient structures in an eerie light. After ensuring everything was set up, Tom surveyed the village, focusing on a damaged stone wall less than 50 meters away. There was a hole punched out in the center of it, just large enough for a man to stick his head and shoulders through. He watched the hole intently for almost the entirety of the time. He had his gun lined up at the ready, expecting the barrel of a gun to appear at any moment, but it never did. The rifle teams proceeded into the village and searched it from top to bottom, finding no trace of the high-value target they were after, nor any signs of life at all. Kyle and Tom relocated to link up with several members in a large ditch over 100 meters away from the target site. They continued to watch the perimeter as discussions were being held on how to proceed. That's when all hell broke loose. One of the platoon's senior sergeants came running over, yelling at Tom and the other rangers to get the fuck out of the ditch. The comms net exploded with orders to fall back to the LZ for immediate extraction. Tom and Kyle were beyond confused. The Canucks double-timed it back to the location and landed, allowing everyone to board. After a final head count to ensure no one had been left behind, the helicopters lifted off and returned to the airfield. The mission had lasted less than an hour, seemingly ending as soon as it all began, without a single shot being fired. No contact with anyone either. After returning to the base, they were debriefed, and the reason for such a sudden scrub of the mission became very clear. Shortly after Tom and Kyle had posted up in the ditch, signal collection specialists attached to the Rangers had picked up on enemy radio chatter. They were in the vicinity of the assault force. They had heard the Taliban say that there were 6 men in the ditch, 2 of them manning the machine gun. They told them to flank the men, then proceeded to list a multitude of details about the assault force and their positions. They were stalking the Rangers in the night. Based on the chatter, it was clear an unknown number of insurgents were setting up a deadly ambush. Other than the intercepted broadcast, these Rangers had been completely unaware of their presence. None of the men on the ground had seen any indication of enemy activity. The trained canines hadn't picked up on any scent. The drones and Overwatch aircraft circling the area didn't see a damn thing, even with thermal vision. Yet the Taliban were listing numerous meticulous details about the task force, as if they were standing right next to them. It was a humbling experience for the entire platoon. For Tom, that mission always sent a shiver up his spine looking back on it, even though later ops during the same campaign involved full-scale firefights and even other ambushes as well. I was hiking through a set of old train tunnels in Colorado with another female friend of mine. When we got to the last and longest train tunnel, we both got this horrible feeling that we were being watched. We entered the tunnel and began walking toward the other side. We kept hearing these strange echoes and noises, but we both just nervously laughed it off. We had one flashlight to share between us, and it was pointed at the middle of the tunnel. It started to die right as we passed the halfway point. Before it went out, though, we saw this really creepy, white, faceless, man-sized doll. It looked like it had been stabbed repeatedly in the face. White stuffing was leaking out of all the holes. We began to hear a loud shuffling behind us. The light went out soon after, and we hauled ass and ran to the end of the tunnel. On the way back, we took an alternate route, and neither of us ever went back to that trail again. When I was a kid in the mid-90s, my friends and I were hiking around the woods behind our house on some timber property. It was at that point we found an abandoned farmhouse. The weird thing was, though, that the house looked like it had been left very suddenly. There was still unopened mail and magazines sitting on the coffee table, all dated back to the 1950s. The sheets and blankets were still on the beds, and the clothes were still in the drawers even. There was a pantry full of canned and jarred food, half of it either exploded or leaking after so many years. There were even dishes in the sink, dishes on the table, unburned candles still waiting to be used. As we checked the refrigerator outside, we found it full of what used to be food that had long since been turned to muck and dust. After exploring the house for a while, we checked out the farm portion as well. The chicken coop had dozens of chicken skeletons. There were 2 pig skeletons in a pen, and the remains of a horse and several cows in the surrounding pasture. It never occurred to me as a kid at the time of discovery, but aside from the house having been left so suddenly, it was really remarkable that this entire scene had remained undisturbed for all this time. There was no signs of vandalism, no signs of entry at all. As far as I could tell, we were the first people to set foot upon this unsettling discovery in nearly 40 years. I always wonder what the backstory behind that place was. I watched security cameras for a transport company in Detroit. It was roughly 2 a.m., and I was there watching the cameras as usual. That was when I noticed a woman in a nightgown standing at the end of the driveway of the facility. The facility is fenced and gated, so I kept an eye on this suspicious figure. She just kinda stood there for 5 minutes though, not really moving at all, just kind of swaying back and forth. There weren't too many people working that late, but just to be safe, I let everyone at the facility know there was a woman standing outside the gate. One driver decided he needed to hit the road. When he exited the gate though, the woman walked right in front of his truck, blocking him in. I immediately phoned the police. He blared his horn, and then the woman rushed to the side of his truck and attempted to force open his door. He sped away, leaving the woman standing there. She continued to stand there in one place, not moving for about 10 minutes. Eventually, she just kinda walked away into the darkness, never to be seen by us again. The police never showed up either. My work has me walking and running around the whole plant all shift. We usually cover around 12 to 16 kilometers on a good day. Combine this with Ontario's negative 30 degrees Celsius winters and a deadly crosswind caused by opening shipping doors, making for a pretty damn rough shift. I was close to death 4 hours in, so my coworker told me she'd cover for me while I went and took a quick nap in my car. I parked in the assembly plant's parking lot across the street from ours, so the supervisor couldn't see me. No more than 15 minutes into my 3 a.m. nap though, I was startled awake by someone tapping on my window. Looking around, I could see the parking lot was basically deserted. Whoever woke me up just then must have either ran away in the split second it took me to open my eyes, or evaporated into thin air or something. I decided to head back into work and told my coworker about what happened. Her response confused me. "Oh, yeah, that happens all the time. With everyone working the night shift, we don't know who's doing it." Apparently, they only do that whenever they see someone sleeping. I haven't taken a nap in the parking lot since. It's pretty freaky. This story takes place 2 years ago while I was still in primary school. I was 12 at the time. There was this organization for young girls who needed help building their self-confidence. Basically, they'd have fun while they still could, because once we get to high school, the activities wouldn't be arranged anymore. One day, there weren't too many girls there, so the leaders, we'll call them Lisa and Beth, decided to just bring the class to the playground next to the school, where we went twice a week. It was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At the opposite end of the playground was a row of houses. There was a woman in maybe her late 30s and a boy about 7 years old in the corner. They both had dark hair and looked to be of Asian descent. I don't remember what they were doing exactly, but I remember getting a very uneasy feeling about this couple of people. I didn't really like the woman especially, and didn't want to get very close to her. There was something wrong with her mannerisms. It gave me the real creeps. Luckily though, they stayed in the corner, and I stayed close to Lisa and Beth. I figured it would all be okay. We played for about 15 minutes before we took a short break. I just happened to be randomly looking in the direction of the fence when I noticed a boy at the end of the playground behind the fence. He was about 25 feet from the mother and the other boy. He looked about the same age and had blonde hair. I thought this was odd, as this young child was there all alone. I suddenly noticed the mother walking toward one of the houses on the opposite side of the playground. I spotted the two boys approaching each other. I turned around to Lisa, when suddenly my friend Jody ran past me crying hysterically. Lisa began to panic at Jody's behavior and asked what was wrong. Before they could get a straight answer out of her though, I heard the sounds of a scuffle. I looked back and noticed the two boys were now locked in a physical altercation. Then I noticed the woman returning from the house she'd went to. My blood went ice cold when I noticed she was holding a large knife in her hand, heading directly toward the two boys. All the girls in my group ran out of the playground with two of them crying. I stood paralyzed and shaking, convinced I was going to witness a woman stabbing a 7-year-old boy to death. Beth began moving quickly toward the woman to intercept her, and Lisa went to break up the fighting boys. When Beth asked the woman why she had a knife, she just laughed sarcastically and said something about clearing some branches to make a tree house. Obviously, that made no sense at all, especially because it was the middle of autumn, so there were branches all over the ground anyway. Lisa called the police, and we were all told to move further away for safety. 10 minutes later, we noticed red and blue lights coming from the distance. I tried comforting Jody, who was still crying, but I was having trouble keeping a brave face myself. After being confronted by Beth, the strange woman ran back to her house and put the knife away. I guess she got the sense the police were on their way. After the police arrived, she was interviewed, but wasn't taken into custody, probably because there wasn't any evidence to arrest her. The mother of the second boy eventually arrived and held him close. I don't know why she'd left him there all alone. I assume he must have walked away from her and she lost him or something. Anyway, that's my story. I don't know what she was planning on doing with that boy who was fighting with her son, but with such a large knife, her intentions could not have been good. When me and my best friend were younger, we would ask our babysitter to take us to the school playground at night so we could play hide and seek together. We lived in a small town where everyone knew everyone else. We were all friendly with one another, so this wasn't abnormal or dangerous in the least, at least not at the time. We never went past our bedtime usually, but sometimes our parents were cool and let us stay up late to play hide and seek. At one point, I was trying to find my friend and the babysitter. As I looked for them, a car slowly drove by the playground. The car's lights were off, and the windows were tinted as well. I watched as this car drove by, and got the distinct feeling that whoever was inside was watching me. As they left out of sight though, I almost instantly forgot about it and went back to seeking. It came to be somewhere around midnight, and our babysitter thought it was about time to go home. Of course, we cried and begged for us to stay a little longer, but he said it was too late now. We started to walk up the hill that was behind the school when we all heard a car behind us. We looked over to see the same car driving through the grass towards us. My babysitter instantly grabbed both of us and threw us over his shoulders. He started running toward the bushes that cut us off from the other street. The car sped up, and so did my babysitter. As we arrived at the bushes, my babysitter forced us up and through a metal fence. I ended up getting cuts everywhere, but worst of all, I cut my leg on the fence and it was bleeding quite badly. I could hear the driver of the car calling out to us, asking in a kind voice, "Where are you?" Then in a serious and scary voice, "I know you're in there. I'm gonna find you." We ended up running to a house that had the lights on, and our babysitter banged on the door, begging them to let us inside. He screamed out that he had kids with him, and one of them was bleeding badly. A woman who we knew as Emily opened the door and pretty much dragged us inside. She shut the door behind her. Later that night, the police were called, and I was sent to the hospital to get stitches and a shot for the rusty metal I had cut my leg on. The story doesn't end there though. Later that week, my dad was watching the news as usual when a story came up. It showed the playground we were at a couple of nights ago and showed two medics rolling out a body covered in a white sheet. Apparently, the girl had been dead and had been there for a couple of days. The killer was never found, so he could still be out there. Sometimes I wonder if the man from that night in the car was the very same man that perpetrated that crime. If he had caught us, would we have been in the same situation that girl ended up in? Maybe she would be alive, watching the news to see our bodies being rolled into an ambulance instead. It makes me feel guilty, but I will never and have never stepped another foot in that playground ever since this happened. When this happened, I was about 12 or 13. I was staying the night at my friend Rose's house, and her mom left us to care for her little sister while she went out for a few hours. Being the good babysitters that we were, we decided to head over to a local park that had a playground just to hang out for a while and let her little sister play around. We had been there for about 30 minutes and were just hanging out pushing her little sis on the swings when two guys showed up out of nowhere. They sat down at a picnic table close to the playground. The first guy looked to be in his teens, probably around 5'10", short dark brown hair, brown eyes, and a medium build. The other guy though had to have been in his early 30s. He was very large, about 6'1" and 250 pounds. He had this giant beard and shoulder-length curly hair with green eyes. We noticed them when they sat down, but didn't really give them a second thought. Apart from their age and unusual physical appearance for this area, there was really nothing that stood out about them. That was until the older guy, whose name was apparently Chris, decided to start up a conversation with us. At first, he asked us our names, and they gave us theirs as well. Then they asked what we were up to today, still being fairly polite. As a kid, I was raised to be very respectful of my elders, so I answered him, but kept my answer short. I continued to play with Rose and her sister, and he kept asking us questions. Where were we headed later? Did we want to hang out with him and his nephew instead, who was the younger guy apparently, a guy whose name I can't remember. All of this while getting closer and closer to us. We told them we were going home after Rose's sister was done playing, and that we weren't allowed to go anywhere else. He then offered some beer that he had with him and asked me if I smoked. I'd never drunk any alcohol up to that point, and I wasn't about to start that night. I declined his offer. He then started talking about how pretty I was and asked if I had a boyfriend. Without skipping a beat, he told me he'd recently gotten out of jail and was looking for a young girlfriend. I told him I didn't have one, but that I wasn't interested in having one like him either. During this whole interaction, he would occasionally address his attention to his nephew. From the interactions they were having, I quickly caught on they were in some sort of gang. That's when I started to get a bit nervous. Even I knew you didn't mess with the people in the local gangs. I knew we had to be careful about what we said next. He was quiet after that, and I figured they were going to move on and bug someone else. I was wrong though. He asked me if I wanted to hang out with them again, instead telling us how much fun we would have and how they could buy us whatever we wanted. I told him again we couldn't do so, and we had to watch Rose's little sister. He went quiet again. I know we should have just picked up and left right then, but I had just started getting into my rebellious stage and thought we could handle these guys no problem. Surely they weren't really a threat. We weren't ready to go back to Rose's house just yet. He sat at another picnic table, thinking that if we ignored them they would get the hint and go away. Of course not though. Not 1 minute later, Chris and his nephew came and sat down right next to us. His nephew stayed at one end of our table. Chris came and sat right next to me. He started talking to me again about how pretty I was and how he could be my boyfriend. We should go hang out at his place or whatever. I wanted to go at this point. His nephew actually started looking kind of nervous. He started chatting with Rosa. I could tell though he realized just how young we really were and that his uncle was really about to cross the line. He told his uncle he thought they should go do something else because Rosa and I weren't allowed to do the stuff they wanted. Chris wasn't having any of that though. I don't remember what he said next. He was sitting next to me. The next thing I know though, he put his arms around my shoulders and pulled me into his side. I was completely caught off guard and didn't even know how to react. I'd never had an older guy that close to me, let alone touching me like that. I know I should have at least pushed him away or done something, but I froze. He kept saying again and again how he would be my boyfriend and take care of me from then on, asking me to go somewhere with him. I started slowly trying to get out from under his arm without trying to make a big deal out of it. At this moment, I was getting really scared. He was getting pushy, and I didn't want to piss him off, as it was just us in the park. I couldn't see or hear anyone else around. He then pulled me closer to him, and this time he kissed me. It wasn't just a quick little peck on the cheek either. It was a forceful, lingering kiss that completely threw me off. My mind started racing. I couldn't believe what just happened. Even Rose was sitting there with a complete look of shock on her face. I decided I'd had enough of this, and we had to get out of there. I pulled away one last time. It was now very obvious what he had on his mind. I told him it was getting late and we had to get home, as her mom was expecting us soon. He didn't seem very happy hearing that. I told him maybe after we could come back and hang out with him a bit more. It was obvious he didn't want to let me go, but we promised we would come back after. Finally, I guess he either believed me or decided to just let me go. I grabbed Rose's little sister to carry her home. I had turned around and was getting ready to tell Rosa we had to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to have changed his mind. He rushed over to me and grabbed me from behind. He pulled me into him kind of like a bear hug, with his whole body pressed up against mine. A flood of emotions ran through me at that moment. Fear, confusion, and still a bit of denial he would really do something to hurt me. I knew that was wrong either way. I needed to get the hell away from this guy. I was kind of in a state of shock, but I knew I had to keep my wits about me. I decided to play along and try to work out a way for him to let us leave without making him mad or think I was lying to him. I told him that if we weren't back on time, Rose's mom would come out looking for us personally. I promised him we would just drop her sister off and come back right away. He let me go, but he didn't seem convinced. I told him as convincingly as I could that we had to take the little sister home and told him to just wait there for us. He seemed to have bought it. We quickly started walking back to Rose's house while he and his nephew sat at the table. As I glanced back, I saw his nephew trying to get him to leave again. I thought, great, they're leaving now. There's no way they're going to see where we're going or follow us. Wrong. Just as I thought they were going to leave in the opposite direction, the guy decided to follow us. We had a bit of a head start, but he was a really big guy and was gaining on us quickly. We hurried as fast as we could. We didn't want him to see where she lived. Once we got to her street, we took off running. We finally got back to Rose's apartment and thought we were in the clear. I could hear Chris calling out my name outside, but I couldn't see him. We got inside as quickly and quietly as we could. Once inside, we went over to the window. I could still hear him calling out my name and getting really close as well. We decided to stay quiet and carefully watch from the window to see if they had seen where we'd gone. Luckily, they walked right past our apartment. We both breathed a huge sigh of relief, then started freaking out. Neither of us had ever experienced anything like that before. We were just glad it was over now. We were in the clear. Shortly after that, Rose's mom got home. Neither of us had any intentions of telling her what had happened that night, as Rose's mom was not exactly the nicest. We were sure we would get into a lot of trouble, even though we didn't really do anything wrong. We went back upstairs and were just chatting with Rose's mom and her younger brother. Then we heard a knock at the door. My heart stopped, as I swore I could hear Chris's voice on the other side. We went back into the kitchen as Rose's mom went to answer the door. It was Chris and his nephew again. Somehow they must have seen us. They asked Rose's mom if we were there, but luckily we had been smart enough to give them fake names. And even then, Rose's mom was clearly having none of this. She told them to get the hell out of here and slammed the door in their face. Of course, she knew something was up and asked us if we knew them. We weren't about to admit that we did, though. We just told her we had no idea what was going on or who they were. I don't think she really bought it, but she left it at that. She told us not to answer the door. Later that evening, her mom had to go out again, so it was just Rose and I in the apartment now. We were hanging out in the living room, talking about how crazy what happened earlier turned out to be. Then we heard two voices that sounded very familiar just outside the window. I was terrified to even move. Then came a knock at the door. There was no way we were going to answer it now. We kept as quiet as possible and prayed they would just go away. They called out our names and tried knocking again. One of them even tried turning the doorknob. Thankfully, Rose's mom had locked it on her way out. They tried knocking one more time. The last thing we heard was their footsteps walking away from the door. We never saw either of them again, and we didn't go back to that park again for quite some time. It was a surreal experience. However, I will never forget the feel of his body against mine, or how he reeked of cigarettes and beer. This is a story I've been sitting on for a long time, mostly because it makes me realize it's not over yet. The clock is slowly ticking until the time when he is free once again. While I hope he's long since forgotten me, something tells me he hasn't. I should back up a bit though. This happened in 1999 when I was a sophomore in high school. At 14 years old, I had just moved back to America from the Middle East, where I'd spent about 5 or 6 years. Because of the standard of dress there, and the fact that my old school had uniforms and I had no social life, I didn't own a t-shirt, let alone a pair of jeans. Every single day I went to school wearing a long dress or a long skirt, with my mousy blonde hair tied back with a scarf like a headband. I was awkward, mousy, and had a hard time making friends. This was a couple of years before 9/11, mind you, but in my little town, there was still a lot of animosity towards anyone different. With my British accent and the fact of where I grew up, needless to say, I was pretty different from everyone else. I only had 3 friends: Joe, Nathan, and Kenny. Joe lived on my bus route, though he was way out in the middle of the country, so he and his 2 younger brothers were always the first on the bus in the morning and the last off the bus in the evening. Our days always followed the same schedule. I would get on the bus and go and sit down right next to Joe. We would talk and have fun for a while until we got to school. Then we would hang out with Nathan and Kenny for a bit. We'd all go off and do our separate classes after. I was in advanced placement classes, and they were all in regular ones, so unfortunately I didn't share any classes with them. Every other day our lunches coincided though, so the 4 of us would get together to eat something. Then, in the evenings, Kenny and Nathan would get picked up, and Joe and I would take the bus home together. I don't exactly remember how we started dating in the first place. I think Joe told me he liked me, and I said that I liked him back. Our routine would change ever so slightly after, and we would start holding hands on the bus and at lunchtime. Kenny and Nathan would tease us relentlessly. It was so innocent. Joe was completely sweet and thoughtful, completely non-threatening. He was the type to always make sure you had the better half of something, always first to offer his coat when you were cold, and always pulling out the chairs and opening the doors. A real gentleman. This went on for weeks, though it stayed strictly at school. We weren't able to see each other outside of school because he always had to go straight home or his mother would be furious at some random thing. Sometimes he would come to school with bruises, but he always said it was from roughhousing with his brothers. I didn't really have a reason to doubt him. Then, one day, there was an upcoming half-day for school. Joe suggested he come over to my place and we could have our first afternoon together. We were both very excited. He would take the bus to my stop, then either walk or my parents would drive him home later. It was going to be great. I was beside myself with excitement. Everything went smoothly until the actual half-day arrived. One of his brothers had found out about his plan and told his mother. She then called up the school, apparently shrieking like a banshee and demanding that he come home not a minute late, or he would be in for a world of hurt. He told me at my stop that he would go home and talk to her, then be back as soon as he could, even if he had to walk the whole way. I was a bit worried about him, but he kissed my cheek and said everything would be perfectly fine, and it wouldn't take him more than an hour or so. I went inside and waited and waited. When I finally got tired of waiting inside, I went out with my dog and waited some more. I thought about calling him, but the one time I'd tried that before, his mother had spewed a bunch of venom at me for daring to call their house. The idea made me cringe, so I just waited outside. Eventually, the sun went down altogether, but Joe never showed up. He never called either. I was disappointed, but I decided it was probably for the best. I went about my evening as usual. The next morning, when I got on the bus for school though, the bus driver looked at me and suddenly started sobbing. I thought that was a bit odd, but it was kind of a dreary day in general, so maybe I was reading too much into this. I started heading for the back of the school bus, only to notice that Joe wasn't there. Neither were his 2 brothers. That was odd. I was starting to get worried, but I thought maybe their mother had taken them to school herself that day. The bus route went along as normal for a while, until we came to a heavily forested area where the driver pulled over. She was shaking and crying, not acting like herself at all. Almost immediately, I looked out the window and saw 3 policemen walking up to the bus. Apparently, they had pulled up behind her. She talked to them for a moment, then one of them led her off. The other took the wheel, and the third came and sat by me. I had to sit next to an officer. I thought I must be in trouble for something, especially since there were so many open seats. The man was very nice though. He chatted with me about school and life until we got to campus. Then both of the remaining officers followed us inside. I went to meet up with the boys where I usually did, but Joe was nowhere to be found. Neither of them had seen him yet. We just hoped he was okay. We went about our morning, and first period, I received a page to come to the office immediately. I thought it was about some scholarships I had been working on, but I thought it was weird they would pull me out of class for that. When I got there, the principal, the counselor, and the police were all there. I suddenly felt like a caged rabbit. Then they told me what really happened the night before. When Joe got home, he had told his mother he was coming to see me no matter what, and that was final. Obviously, they argued about it. She grounded him. And then it came to blows. I found out later that his mother had been very abusive to him. It doesn't excuse what happened, but it does add some understanding, at least to me. After the confrontation was over, he laid in bed all night, planning on what he was going to do. He decided he was going to wait for his brothers to go to the school bus and hang back, telling them that he would drive himself to school. Once they were gone, he would take a butcher knife from the kitchen and finish his argument with his mother once and for all. The next morning, everything went as planned for the most part. He got his brothers up and dressed and out for school, and watched until they were at the end of the long driveway to wait for the bus. Then, while his mother was sleeping, he went into her room and stabbed her multiple times. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, the gloomy weather was causing troubles with the bus. I don't know the details, but I know it was running a few minutes late starting its route. One thing I realized while writing this, and that Hollywood seems to miss half the time, is that when you get stabbed while you're sleeping, you tend to wake up. She did so and screamed, and tried to fight back. He was too determined and strong though. Since the bus was running late, the brothers were still standing at the side of the road waiting when they heard the screaming. They both ran back and tried to help. They tried to defend their mother, but Joe turned on them, slicing one of them across the palm and stabbing the other in the gut. He ran when the bus arrived. The driver saw one of the brothers staggering up the driveway, covered in blood. In her panic, she called the police. Eventually, he made it to the corner store a little ways away. Some stories say he crawled there, but I can't really confirm, nor do I really want to. After the police finished questioning me, I was sent home. I remember lying on my parents' bed, staring at the TV, while live coverage of his capture played. I remember even seeing the news chopper filming as the police helicopter followed after Joe. He ran across a field. There was a cop perched out the door and braced on one of the landing struts as the chopper got lower. The cop jumped out and tackled him to the ground. That was the last time I ever saw Joe. The part that creeps me out, though, was what happened afterwards. He pled guilty and was sentenced to 40 years for murder and 20 for the assault on his brother. Not long after, the letters started. I never kept any, but they were all long, crazy ramblings about how we would be together forever, how he killed them for me, and how he truly loved me and would do anything to be with me. No regret, no remorse. He was truly happy about what he did, if it meant I was going to be his. We moved a while later, and the letters stopped. I'm happily married now, and getting on with my life. Every time I think about him, I remember that he's up for parole in 2020. What happens when he gets out? What happens if he comes looking for me? I'd pulled over for a break on the way to Melbourne from Sydney at a truck stop where there were no street lights or anything. It was pitch black, and there were no other trucks or cars at this stop. I turned off my lights and switched the truck off. I pulled the curtains closed and locked the truck from both sides. I jumped into bed and set my alarm. I set my phone above me in the compartment. I was rolling over from side to side for about 10 to 15 minutes. I couldn't really get to sleep due to it being prime summer temperatures. I was looking up at the ceiling, mentally planning out my day ahead, when suddenly the passenger side door started to open and the cabin light turned on as well. What the hell? Now, this truck was a fairly new model and in pristine condition as well, so there's no question about the door being faulty or anything like that. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, expecting someone to come up and see me sitting there. No one ever tried to enter though, nor was there any noise at all. There was just this eerie quiet silence. Eventually, I grabbed my torch and jumped down. I went out and walked around the truck to see what was going on. There were no other trucks around though, nor were there any cars either. It was just me all alone there. After about 10 to 15 minutes of this really messing with my head, I locked up for sure again and blocked the door, then went to bed. I left before the sun even came up. Alright, I'll just start from the very beginning. I was around 12 years old when this happened. I'm 33 now, but thinking about what happened that night still gives me goosebumps to this day. For some context, I think I should mention that I grew up on a very large farm in the middle of nowhere in southern Idaho. It wasn't way out in the mountains like you might be thinking though. It was just nothing but grass and hills for miles on end. My mom and dad were both raised in big cities, so when they got married, they figured they'd give their kids more of a farm sort of life to grow up in, and I always loved it. We had goats, chickens, ducks, turkeys, you name it, we had it. The only thing I didn't have was much more freedom from my parents. My dad was a goat farmer, and his job was working on the farm. He sold goat milk, made cheese, and of course sold the meat as well. My mom was a stay-at-home mother, so she was around all the time, which basically meant I had no alone time and no privacy either. When I was little, I didn't really mind it that much. I loved having my parents around so often. I helped my dad with the farm work and taking care of all the animals. I was always in the kitchen baking and cooking with my mother. By the time I reached middle school, though, I was all ready to grow up. I guess I started doing what every kid does when they hit puberty. I started to pull away from my parents. It was hard, and my parents hated it, of course. I think they especially hated it because my brother was so much older than me, and he had already left the house by that point. I was their little baby girl, and they weren't quite ready for the teenager rebellious phase to hit yet. Every weekend, we would go out to dinner as a family. We would meet up with my brother and his girlfriend and have a lot of fun. This night, though, I really just wanted to stay home. My mom insisted I go with them, and when I refused, she offered to stay with me, so I wouldn't be home all alone. I begged and begged her, though, to just let me stay there by myself. Finally, after what felt like forever, she agreed. My dad wasn't all too happy about it, but she told him everything would be fine. Besides, if I needed anything, I could just call them anyway. They were only going to be about a 45-minute drive away in the city. Now all alone, for the first time in my life, I felt free. That night, my mom and dad gave me a big hug and a kiss and said their goodbyes. They gave me the rundown that all parents give when leaving their kids home alone for the first time. Cell phones, what restaurant they'd be at, calling 911 for an emergency, it all went in one ear and out the other. I was just looking forward to staying up late and watching shows I wasn't supposed to watch. You know, normal kid stuff. I should also mention we had a German Shepherd named Ghost at the time. He was an all-white German Shepherd, and I always thought he looked a bit more like a wolf. My parents got him when I was just a baby, and we'd grown up together. He was like my shadow. I'm sure having him around with me gave my parents some additional peace of mind when leaving me that night. They finally left at 7 p.m., and I was so excited. I heard my parents pull out of the driveway, and I jumped onto the couch in seconds. Ghost joined me, and we watched TV for a while. An hour went by, and nothing of real significance happened. I used the opportunity to watch shows that my parents didn't normally allow, and deviously ate some candy I'd saved up from Easter a couple of weeks before. An important thing to mention is we didn't have any coverings on any of our windows. We lived in the middle of nowhere, so we weren't really worried about someone trying to peer in. My mom loved the morning sun shining in through the windows anyway, without her having to go around the whole house opening curtains or whatever. After it had been around an hour and a half since my parents left, My mom called to tell me they wouldn't be home when they'd originally said. My brother and his girlfriend wanted to see a movie with them that night. I was honestly super happy I'd be getting even more alone time. I told her it was fine and to go enjoy their movie. During one of the show's commercial breaks, I rushed into the kitchen to grab a bowl of ice cream when I heard Ghost starting to bark in the living room. I figured he'd just seen one of many bats that would fly around this time of night, so I didn't really give it much thought. Only this time he would not stop barking. It was getting so annoying that I even remember yelling at him to stop, but he just wouldn't let up. I walked into the living room, and I couldn't help but scream when I saw what Ghost was barking at. There was a man just standing there, right in front of the window. He was wearing this white rubber Halloween mask that had a huge painted smile on the front. I couldn't see his eyes, but it was insanely creepy. I froze in pure terror. As I looked at this man, I could feel him staring back at me. Before I knew it, I was screaming at Ghost to follow me and running upstairs to my parents' bedroom. When I got to the stairs, I just couldn't help myself. I looked back. I had to know if he was still there. He was, only this time his hand was raised and he gave me a slow wave. His head tilted upward, so I was still in his view. I got into the bedroom and locked the door behind me. At this point, I was practically bawling. I regretted staying home alone. Now, all I wanted was my mom and dad. I rushed over to the nightstand and grabbed the landline to call my dad, only to find there was no dial tone. I wasn't too worried about it, considering my father had given me a cell phone to use in emergencies just like this. The only problem was that it was in my room across the hall, and I didn't want to go back to where the masked man could see me. I had no other options, though. It's not like I could just wait around for my parents to come back hours later. With this man skulking about the property, I mustered up every bit of courage I had. I unlocked my bedroom door and ran as fast as I could. In the 10 seconds it took me to get to my room, I noticed the man was not outside the window anymore. The window was open, and he was standing at the bottom of the stairs. I involuntarily screamed as loud as I could. I heard his footsteps beginning to run up after me. Ghost lunged toward the man, barking, which made him hesitate for a moment. That was just long enough for me and Ghost to get into my room and lock the door behind me. I grabbed the phone out of my drawer and dialed 911. The man outside my door began to jiggle the handle. I watched as he tried to get inside my room, the whole time never actually speaking a single word. I think that's what terrified me even more. The operator answered and barely understood me through my hysteria. She got the gist though, and told me that since an officer was already in the area, they would be there in only 5 minutes. She told me to stay on the line until he showed up. I repeated what she'd said out loud. Okay, so an officer will be here in 5 minutes? He'll be here in 5 minutes, right? The second I spoke those words, the jiggling stopped all at once. The handle stopped moving. For all I knew, he had completely fled the house. My heart was racing though. I knew I wasn't leaving that room until I was sure the officer was there to help me. Surprisingly, the officer took even less time to arrive than they'd initially stated. I saw the lights outside as he pulled up, and I heard the sirens as well. I heard the officer enter the house and run up the stairs, yelling for the man to get down and put his hands behind his back. That was confirmation to me that the man had never left. I'm so glad I didn't try to exit my room when I thought he had. They arrested the man and one of them took him away, while one of the officers waited with me. I guess they called my parents as well, who rushed home. They ended up finding multiple slain animals on our property, clearly been killed with stab wounds. When the police found him, he was just standing outside my door, staring at it with blood coating his body. He never even looked at them when they came in. The man never said why he did this either. He never actually spoke at all. After this period of time, we did find out that he was sentenced to 10 years in prison to our relief. My mom and dad thought of selling the farm and buying a different place after that traumatic event. potentially even going to a state across the country where they were sure he would never find us if he did eventually get out, whatever his motivations may have been. The masked man ended up taking his own life in prison though before that could ever happen. To any child out there who wants freedom from their parents while they're still too young, just remember, in your scariest moments, they're the people you'll wish were there the most. I'm a fairly cautious individual. I always told myself I'd never be like other people who get themselves caught in dangerous situations. But that's exactly what happened. I'm a 28-year-old woman, and I currently live with my husband, Sam, and our 3-year-old daughter, Elena. My husband and I both grew up in the area, and when we got married, we decided a nice house on a lot of land would be perfect for us. We'd never exactly been the city living type, and we wanted our daughter to have a lot of space to play in. Over the 5 years that we lived here, we purchased a lot of farm animals off Craigslist. We started off with chickens, then pigs, then eventually goats even. Just over a year ago, I suggested to my husband that it would be nice to get a cow as well. We could milk her and she wouldn't have to have her calf taken away like most dairy cows. We felt we would be doing a good thing. After about 6 months with her though, we realized it was too much work to take care of her and her calf. We wanted them to go to a home that had the time to take proper care of them. I was sad about letting them go, but I knew it was the right thing to do. I suggested to my husband that we list her on Craigslist. He agreed it was a good idea, so I enlisted her immediately. We knew she would sell fast, given that she milked well and came with her calf too. With only a few hours of listing them, we'd gotten already 10 emails. We weeded out all the scams, and one person stood out to us. They said they had a 50-acre farm and other dairy cows too, so they had some experience. They also said they would pick her up themselves as soon as possible for the exact price we were asking. We were so happy they were going to go to such a good-seeming home. The only problem was, my husband was going to be out of town for work the next week. He told me multiple times he was not comfortable with a stranger coming to the farm when he wasn't going to be there. I was a little too trusting, I suppose, because I was positive it would be fine. The people in our area were all good people. I hadn't heard of anything bad coming from animal purchases in the area ever. The people who were coming told me they were a husband and wife pair named John and Betty. I do remember making a little joke to myself that these names were so boring that they almost sounded fake. The thought passed by though and didn't cross my mind again. I gave them our address and told them they could come pick up the cows the next day at around 4. That night, my husband gave my daughter and I a kiss and left for his long work trip. My husband was very serious when it came to leaving us two alone. We had set times we would call each other, and if I ever missed a call, he would immediately alert the police. That may seem dramatic to some people, but that was our routine, and it gave him peace of mind whenever he had to leave. I was more than okay with it because of this. The night came and went without incident. I woke up early at around 6 a.m. to let out all the animals to feed and give them water. They were excited to be out for the day, since it had rained the day before and they had been cooped up inside. Elena always went out with me in the morning. It was cute to see her interacting with all the different animals. I let the cows out for what I thought would be the last time. I rubbed their backs and essentially said my goodbyes. At around 1 p.m., I made Elena and myself something to eat and got her dressed in different clothes for the rest of the night. We sat down on the sofa and waited for 4 o'clock to arrive, when the pair would come to pick the cows up. Throughout the day, I'd done my routine calls with my husband to tell him how we were doing. And if I'm being completely honest, I started to regret letting strangers come to the house without him being there. I just started to have this really horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach that I just couldn't shake. John and Betty called me to say they were only 5 minutes away. I went out to the porch to greet them as they pulled up. I had just put Elena down for her nap, so I was completely alone out there. The first thing I noticed when they pulled up was the masks they were both wearing. I immediately ran back up the steps to my house before hearing one of them yell behind me, "No, no, no, you get back here now," in a very thick southern accent that was almost hard to understand. I felt something hard being pressed to my back, and I immediately knew it had to be a gun. I asked them with a shaky voice what they wanted, but I didn't have any cash. They quickly told me to shut up if I wanted to live, and to do exactly as they said. The woman, Betty, had a very raspy voice, almost like she'd been smoking for 40 years. I could tell she was also from the South. "You're gonna go inside and get every piece of jewelry you own, put it in the bag and give it straight to me. John here is gonna get whatever he wants, and you won't put up a fight." The first thing I thought of was my daughter. I couldn't let them find Elena. I didn't know what these people were capable of. I told her I'd comply, but I already knew I wasn't going to. I really couldn't. I had to keep my daughter safe. I went inside my house, Betty close behind me as I walked toward the bedroom. My husband kept a shotgun under my bed. I knew if I could just get to it, I might be able to save our lives. "I keep my jewelry box under the bed. I need to get under there to grab it, okay?" My voice was calm at that point because I was worried she was going to suspect something was up. "Whatever, just give me what I asked for," she said. I could feel her spit landing on my face as she talked. She was missing most of her teeth. I wasn't exactly surprised though. Disgusted, but not surprised. I got on my hands and knees on the floor and peered under the bed. There it was, only inches away. I knew I would have to act fast if I was going to get out of this without getting myself and my daughter killed. In as swift a motion as I could, I pulled out the gun from under the bed, and boom, without even aiming or thinking, I fired a shot. The force of the blow blasted Betty off her feet. Her chest was completely blown apart by the blast. The smell of gunpowder lingered in the room, mixed with the scent of her blood, splattered across my walls and floor. She was gone within seconds. I knew without a doubt John would come running in. It was a double barrel, so I'd only have one chance to take him out too. My adrenaline was pumping. I didn't even give a thought to this woman who had just died in my bedroom. All I could think of was keeping my daughter safe. John did come into the room, yelling for Betty. He took one look, and before I could even get a shot off, he was running down the stairs and out the door, screaming Jesus Christ over and over. His voice seemed to be cracking, maybe out of sadness. I ran to get Elena and carried her with me to the front porch, where we sat. The police showed up 30 minutes later, saying my husband had called and said something was wrong at the house. I hadn't called him at our scheduled time, so he knew something was up. I could barely talk though. I swear I had gone into shock. I sat there with my daughter while the officers searched the house and found the body upstairs. As it turns out, of course, those names were fake. They were never able to identify the man, but the woman was someone the officers knew all too well around the area. She'd been arrested multiple times on drug-related charges. That day was the worst and most traumatizing day of my life. It also taught me a valuable lesson though. Never assume strangers are worthy of trust, and never underestimate a mother's love for her child either. I'm a 17-year-old guy with a fairly interesting life, if I say so myself. My mom left when I was pretty young, and my sister and I had been raised by just our dad ever since. We live on a pretty large farm out in the Rocky Mountains, and life, for the most part, is very peaceful. I have some friends who live nearby, at least nearby by our standards. I would regularly make the 3-mile walk to their houses to hang out with them. So, when I asked my dad that night if I could go, he didn't even think twice about saying yes. I had made plans with my friend Jimmy to sleep over, and I was pretty damn excited. Plus, the walk was going to be gorgeous in the afternoon sun. I was 14 at the time, so when I packed my backpack for the journey, I only packed snacks, some Monster energy drinks, and some pajamas. I gave my dad a hug and kissed my baby sister on the forehead before heading out. The first part of the walk was just through some fields. I remember stopping every so often to take pictures with my disposable camera. I like to document the newly developing crops my dad and I had just planted. I regretted only wearing shorts and a tank top though. As the sun beat down on my admittedly very pale skin, I could see myself turning red as the minutes passed by. At the end of our property was a small creek and some barbed wire fencing passing through it. We had it in place to try and deter the wolves and mountain lions in the area. We were sick of losing so many of our animals to them. It's technically illegal to set up wolf traps because it's considered inhumane, but my dad was so angry that he did so anyways, and that brings us to the worst night of my life. I passed through the barbed wire fence and through the creek as well. I'd made it about 40 or so feet into the forest before I heard a loud crunch and felt pressure on my ankle. I remember not understanding what that sound could have been and looking around for a possible source. I started to feel a burning sensation on my leg, and when I looked down, I saw one of the very large wolf traps clenched around and through my leg. The spikes had completely punctured through, and blood was oozing from between the wounds. I began to scream from the pain, hoping someone would hear me and help me out of this, but I was in the middle of the forest, with no one to help me for at least another mile. I felt myself getting lightheaded from the shock and blood loss. I couldn't allow myself to pass out though. This was a situation where I knew I would need all the time I could get, or else I'd bleed out. The only way out of this was for someone to find me, but that would also mean waiting a while. My dad didn't let me have a cell phone, so calling someone was out of the question. My only hope was Jimmy noticing I hadn't shown up and calling my dad. I took off my tank top and tied it around my leg to try and stop the bleeding. At this point, I could no longer even feel my toes. I couldn't feel my whole foot at all. I tried prying open the trap, but as a very skinny teenage boy, that was just not going to happen. I sat there for an hour, trying to figure out any way out of this. The only thing I could think of was to either wait for someone to notice I was missing, or muster up the courage and strength I had left in me to try and crawl back to my house, trap still attached. Thankfully, my dad's laziness was actually a good thing for once, as he'd not bolted the trap down. It started getting dark at that point, so I reached into my backpack and grabbed the pajama shirt I had packed. I put it on. I knew moving at night was not an option. I needed to see where I was going if I was going to drag this heavy trap attached to my leg as I crawled. I found a fairly large tree nearby, and in agonizing pain I crawled over to it. I propped myself up against it and couldn't prevent my eyes from shutting out of pure exhaustion. I woke up to the sound of snapping branches nearby. I looked around, but it was pitch black. I couldn't see anything. I took out my disposable camera and took pictures with the flash, pointing it in every direction to see what was out there. I shook in terror, though, when I saw two glowing eyes staring back at me in the distance, and heard howling. It was so loud I would have bet my life those wolves were standing right next to me. The night went on for what felt like days. I managed to stay awake until morning light started to peek through the trees. I was just relieved there were no longer any animals surrounding me. I had lost all movement in the lower half of my leg, but the pain was still there in full force. I slung my backpack onto my back and took a deep breath before getting onto my hands and knees and starting to crawl back. The weight of the trap dragging behind me as it pulled on my leg was almost unbearable. It felt like someone was trying to saw my leg off with a rusty butter knife. Every inch I moved felt like torture, but I had to press on. I had finally made it to the 40 feet of creek, but then I came to another obstacle. Sure, the creek was shallow enough to walk through with no problem, but crawling was another story. As I got closer to the water, I could see it was just deep enough to cover my mouth, and my only source of breath was through my nose. The water splashed as I crawled, and I would panic each time some of it shot up through my nostrils, thinking I was going to drown before I ever made it back to the farm. That wasn't the case, though. I made it through the creek and took deep breaths, relieved to have survived this part of the journey at least. I started to crawl through the barbed wire fence and screamed in pain when the trap got caught on a rock, basically cutting away at my leg as I unknowingly began pulling it apart. At that point, it started to feel hopeless. I contemplated just giving up. Surely I was going to die here. There was no way I'd be able to make it all the way home. In 4 hours, I'd only made it 50 feet. I lifted my leg from the rock and stared at the fencing in front of me. There was no way I was going to be climbing over. My only way was under. I tried lifting it up as I squeezed underneath, but there was nothing I could do to stop the barbs from digging into the skin on my back. The pain was bad, but it distracted me from the worst pain in my leg, as bizarre as that sounds. It gave me some relief, as inch by inch, I made my way closer to my house. Eventually, I was at the crops again, looking at those plants that I'd admired only the night before. Now they made me angry to even look at. It was a reminder of just how far away I was from home still. I was covered in dirt, sweat, and blood, but the second I could begin to see the frame of my house, I was determined to live. I began picking up the pace as best I could and dragged myself on my elbows, which were scraped and bloody beyond recognition. When I finally made it to the steps outside my house, my body was completely shot. The last thing I remember was my dad yelling when he found me. My leg had to be amputated, and I was in the hospital for a few months from the infections I ended up getting. My dad was fined for the traps and forced to dispose all the ones around the property. My friend had never even thought to call my dad that night. He just assumed I'd gotten in trouble and got grounded and continued on with what he was doing. He felt really guilty about that. I mean, I don't really blame him though. Even though the experience was horrible, I wouldn't change a thing either. It really showed me what it truly means to be alive, and I couldn't be more grateful for the lessons I learned that night.